Well, I guess to start on time. Now, let's get off to it. Ah, okay. You'd catch so normally if I knew the time, I'd be not in middle of a combat. Well, I guess to start on time. Now, let's get off to it. Okay. You'd catch so normally if I... Okay. On the stream. I should actually have that tested. Now, fuck, OBS still screwed with my audio. You know what? I hate when OBS updates. Now, I meant to do this yesterday. Now, it's probably glad I didn't pull Remille Dan like on the stream or doing it because look, this version of ZZZ is really good right now. Like, Genshin did not give us pulls whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, HI3 was known as the pay to win for the longest time where you actually had to. But in reality over there, that was one of their biggest money makers. Genshin doesn't give pulls. HSR gives pulls. I mean, I had 38 master discs in like 16,000. Okay? Yeah. Pulling Remille Dan alone took it down to teams. And I lost a 50-50. Then on the rerun, the 50-50 banner, it again went down to the teams. ZZZ is one of the games that if you started playing it first year, it was on average 15 to it was somewhere for people around 15 pulls. That was in the first year. Then again, it could just be my luck. I'll tell you about everything I tried to pull within the last about month has been this way. Now, Remille Dan, let's see here a second. I'll get this out of the way because combat might be loud. I'll explain this as I do this. Remille Dan is been hinted at since probably the pre-trailer of ZZZ. Because what's the fun fact is, we know at least 2 of the mercenary companies alive. We know 3 are still alive. We know the guy with the sword that's also hinted in the drip trailers that was shown in the pre-trailers for the game is still alive. Because he was the one standing over Sarah. So, it's a very iconic image. Now, it's going to be very interesting if those are going to be the fill-in Void Hunters. Because later this year, we also have Lady Sunbringer. We are going to get a Lady Sunbringer. In fact. And that's going to be one of the biggest speculation kits, I swear. Because if Remille Dan is accurate to 1 point, okay? She's accurate to 1 point, but all but 1 point. Her damn material. This material is exclusively hers. She was going to be Void. So if you try to farm up Void, good luck to you. They threw us a curveball. Very, very fun, by the way. Basically, they always give like sometimes common boss mats, but sure. And you get to welcome the broke life for a while. But on top of this, we have the anniversary edition. By the way, surprisingly, my most used in the year was Feijuan, which I figure because give or take, it is probably going to be Ichigo next year. It really is going to depend on the next review. But it also depends on. Weird when you always look at your year end reviews. Your year end reviews are always the funnest in the entire world. So, now I was going to say it was actually Phase 1 being the first one I used all year. That makes sense. But then again, if you count the first 5 chapters, let's say 5, it was largely needed for all the events. It wasn't until the last, I'll put, these are new enemies. I didn't have these the other day. It wasn't until, I believe, 4 till 5, F5 and after, you started having all of the meta banners. Basically, even though they took Phase 1 out of the meta rotation. I actually think they intentionally tried to bury her, but then again, why make a bunch of rupture if you do? It's one of those things. By the way, to have any character roughly usable towards an end game, you need to have. So she also has her own disc, for the record. See, luckily I've been in the spot that we are now at 46 agents. Okay. Actually, we are at 49. Right? The problem is half of these are either going to go on a free banner or an anniversary banner. Except for a few. I predict that these 6 right here, are going to start showing up. We're going to at least at one point, maybe give it about a year, are going to show up in a free banner if you really want them. You're not going to ever use them. Because the interesting part is, as much as you want Hugo, Hugo needs 2 stuns to work. There's no meta for him. And the in-game meta is so stifling. I've often compared this in-game meta to it quickly became HI3, which is Honkai Impact 3rd, which is basically the parent of all their major games. This is the only been the actual successor by combat and by everything else. Because you need precision combat in there. And you actually need meta. Part of the reason you're seeing a lot of her getting rerun, I suspect that she is being used a lot by players. She fell off as soon as I could tell by her kit she was going to fall off. Hugo has the curse of the first time he ran, Hugo had the problem when he first ran. He was right before Vivian. And if you are right before Vivian, or before a popular pull, or before in a version in any of the games, you're chopped liver. No one's going to pull you. Because I suspect Sigrid's going to have that. Sorry. A little bit of allergies. Sigrid's going to have that fate. I believe everybody is going to blow all their resources getting Remille Dan, which they probably should, but there is a dark side to Remille Dan. Remille Dan is a good kid. But, the key is a but, he has restrictions. I covered this when I was talking about the speculation for her, and I was proven right. And I'm going to be curious if they actually rectify it. She is supposed to work with any proficiency. Because this year for ZZZ, we're supposed to have, it's going to be proficiency focus. Okay? Proficiency explode. Focus. She works solely best. It's not like, let's say, as bad as Columbina, that Columbina only works. You can use her in other lineups, but she's tied to Lunar. Remille Dan is tied to proficiency 100%. That's what you need to have her pop off. That's she's a combination of a main DPS, but she's also in the kits of main support. But reality of the situation actually is it's going to probably limit her down the line. Because currently, if you really want to know the lineup you're supposed to play around, this one, this one, this one. Now, here's the interesting part about this. She also has her own Bang Boo. But the interesting part is she can work with any proficiency. She's going to be the proficiency slot in. Now, I'm going to pity people who haven't pulled Velena. Velena is going to be a must pull. People did not pull her. They skipped her. They're going to be making a mistake in the meta down the line. Because I was proven right about it. But this year is going to be really interesting for what we are going to get in really bad units. Roughly, we are going to get. Because I'm going to be honest, the only one upcoming I care about, there's like two, in fact. It's only two that I care for. And one's going to depend on entirely on her kit. Because I suspect the next version is Clarice and Roxy. Which Roxy looks like the character, the Amio character from Genshin. To give her name. It's fine because I never use her. I mean, I've just never Sikrus. She looks like Sick Ruse. She will be the next one. But here, you have Remille Dan and that. But then we have Phoenix. Phoenix, I'm assured, is fire. But now, judging by the look of Clarice, that's what call her probably on her name. She's going to be, if I have to make a prediction, knowing this game, she's going to be proficiency. Fire proficiency. And I will be very shocked. She looks like if well, here's a trick you can always tell by kids. It looks like if her and got so many characters now. If Bernice and Sissa patted baby. I tell you right now. And you want to know the thing about that kit? Is she might actually be a really busted kit. Because then again, I don't understand why they have to keep upstaging Bernice. They had to buff Bernice, by the way. They had to buff Bernice. Bernice stopped being used. Because if anything, Fire's in the worst shape it has been for... Oh shit, I can't even think. A year and a half. Physical's more useful than that. But then again, that is only a matter if you're doing the end game. But speculation I would have, if Roxy's a 5-star, she's going to be Wind. I would hope that she's a Wind. And that's what I mean. It'd be very nice if she was. Because having a Wind alternative is good for the meta and it's good for the game. Because it doesn't put everything exclusively on Velena. Putting everything exclusively on Velena as a kid. This is just somebody who uses it, and if you've been using proficiency for like 2 years, proficiency reaction that before it became popular. Yeah. But then again, the thing about Remille Dan's kit, well, technically I use your free, so she has her own. Now, the thing about it is, this is what I'm trying to get to because I need to. Sadly, I could just waste resources, but I also need to level Trigger, so. Because of the free units, when I say Hugo is bad, you have, I want to call her Lamia, but it's not Lamia. I do have enough. Good. I have enough. The good part about her is all her stuff uses that. So that's the plus side of it all. She's one of these characters which she's going to work mainly only in anomaly teams. And she's going to be so bound to it that I hate to say it, she's probably going to be like what every pink elf is. Okay, the original version of any of the pink elf was called Alicia. She was literally billed as the pink elf. Now, the thing about her is Of course, she's a fan favorite and she's in every game. Yes, Q Cyrene, you know, what is it? Cyrene was the first one outside of the game. Genshin hasn't gotten one yet, but we probably are going to get one. We just don't know when. I think someone spotted one. It's Nesnaya. It's funny. But her outfit for ZZZ is, if Raiden Shogun and any variant of Mei is used, they always look like Hireshira Thunder. She's more akin in the look to a toned down, realistic version of Hireshira of Human Ego. Okay. She's more akin to Hireshira of Human Ego. And she is, when I mean this, Hireshira of Human Ego is a mainline DPS. I will have to see if she plays the same. It's just like in Genshin, it would not surprise me if she plays that way. If she plays that way at all. By the way, I will say, in the update, whatever they did, combat is flowing so much better. Combat is 10 times better than the last one. Whatever was starting to actually happen with parts of the game, combat was starting to bulk up. Unless they silently took away some of the bullshit of really game. You know that part where you run out of electro woodpecker that you need? That is the most abused kit in the freaking world. Uh, that is the most abused kit in the end. See, the weird part is you have your choice of about five. It's Astro Yell. If you don't have Astro Yell is generally good. I can't think of her name. I haven't used it in a while. Hugo's more of a bust. You can choose Trigger. And it's Anby, Trigger, Hugo, Astro Yell, and basically, I always forget her name. It's happens. Forgive me. It's one of those days. Do not try to wake up before you do things. And also, when you have so many characters and you haven't really used her. Now, the thing about her is these are all free. So are their kits. Oh, you got that. And if you want it, you can choose the W engine as well. And the W engines are up for all of them. To be honest, I haven't used Astro Yao in a bit. Astro Yao you could still use, but she has a weird place. She is used universally in Rupture teams, so is she. She's going to have a weird place. She's going to be permanent meta for the longest time. Problem is, C lineups were starting to. So C kind of fell off in uses, but she's good. The problem with her is you need an attacker and a stun. Half the time you can't run her as an attacker because they're resistant to fire. And it's 100% electric and CU defense. So, reality is you have to use that. You have to use Trigger. Trigger is probably... Here's the perk if you know how to build. Right? Efficiency. There's life hacks with her if you know how to use her. But yeah, but this one is good. Like, they give out a lot of our stuff. And basic attack, don't need. Ice damage, entirely its HP. Physical work. Like, it's anomaly mastery. It's interesting you can use Astro Voice, but it's weird the offset for Remille Dan is supposed to use that one. But then again, there's 3 different sets or so that are here we go. Now we're cooked. Because if you're using Electro Woodpecker, you're still using that one. This is the other offset to Electro Woodpecker because it's used in same builds. The problem with exactly building her is there's no 100% meta for her. She's one of these units that's going to get used, but she's large. Oh, this is so gross. I have horrible. You think farming relics in Genshin is bad, but let me introduce you to this game. See, 5. Everywhere universally now is 5 for all guides, is they all want an attack. I mean, technically, if it's almost 2 out of these are roughly what they are. The problem now is you need, if you got crit rate or crit damage, I'm pretty much they need to remove pen ratio. They really need to remove pen ratio. Pen ratio is becoming... See, pen ratio is not the absolute pits when it comes to needing things. But pen ratio is a trap stat. Because I play both the end game, but I also realize when you invest in a character, you need the character to be good. That's kind of the problem. Because no one talks about the stats of the game, where the stats, some of these stats are, because most people don't realize anomaly proficiency helps impact each one of so if you it the game is going largely from the open meta to slightly closer to a I will say to a meta that is being defined by there is life hacks for the game if you ever have to realize it. But I could be very honest. Some of this stuff is starting to get really, really old. Like this shit is so old, you don't even use it. To be very honest, if you ever think about it, the only people in legacy, only really bad legacy units still use this one. And then they find out a new kit for her. Like, you have that. Like, it's used roughly by Anby. I mean, same time, it's meant to be stunned, so. But yeah, you choose your character that you want in the anniversary, and of course, the review, the special one. There's also something else they put in that's very highly rewarded. That, but not like if push came to shove, I would have to use her. There's not another set that offsets impact yet. Not really. That's attack, fire, physical, polar is ice. It's only that's what. Never mind. I tell people they have one too many. They have people have about one way too much addiction in this game. This is not the only game that has this issue. They think the solution is to basically throw critical hit chance and damage at everything. That's the problem. You shouldn't be throwing critical hit and critical hit chance and that into every build. Damage ultimately is not, and I probably have the dividing opinion on this, but when you've played this enough, you kind of already know. And then you go searching for the other one. But see, the other part, this is a brand new feature, by the way. This is a carryover from Genshin now. The fact alone, we finally got it here. This is a lot of resources, by the way. A lot of this is already clear. Okay, for me. So some of this is auto completed, you know. Some people are gonna find it. I don't really spend a lot of my time in deadly assault. There was a time about I find deadly assault is one of those things that's like battle floor, battle tower. It's not the worst mode. That's the battle trial. It's just really, really strange. At most, I usually do CU defense and then the other one. A lot of the thing is, it's like they say, also, the enhancement guide is a little weird. How they grade our stuff is almost insulting because you're graded against every single other person. But there's two ways you can look at it: story perspective and unit perspective. Now we're just replacing units. That's all we're doing. So by year three, by the way, we're going to start noticing is units may fall out of favor, but you're also going to see a metaphor, whether they think it or not. You'll see it amongst that. Remille Dan is worth the pull, but you're going to have to invest in the lineup around her. It's like, sorry, drinking water. The thing about it's like Remille Dan is going to be so tied to proficiency, it's going to be disturbing. She will have no uses outside of it. That's the probably the screwed up part. She's going to have no uses outside of proficiency lineups. But she's in good luck. A lot of units coming out now are proficiency because proficiency meta is good. Sigrid is going to come on the heels of it as the second. As I said, the current. I mean, Jesus, they stuck Arya like right underneath her. She's sometimes part of the kids. But here's the thing: you're either gonna pull her, or you're gonna pull her. You can skip her and pray for a rerun. But I'm gonna be very honest. You don't want to skip these. Even if the Archon, the Haresher, is the worst thing in the entire planet at the time, I guarantee you there is a meta. I guarantee you. But I'll show off hers because a lot of it, I want to see how they say her tutorial works. Because the interesting part about the Angels of Delusion, which is AOD, AOD is a strange one. AOD was chopped liver last year. They were released, they were promoted, fan favorites. But here's the thing about it: they're mainly only good together. They're good together 100% of the time. They have a team combo. But individually, most of them suck. And by that, no offense to people who like them, they're redundant. Arya can be good. Arya is if you do not have any person who functions in her role. She's actually the Vivian alternative. But if you already have Vivian, you don't need it. Now, if I do say we're going to be going multiple proficiency lineups, she herself is not. She's one of these ones. All three of them. But the one that actually is good is the Nguang. Well, but she also has a bloom. One, two. Gotta remember the one. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's gonna do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, didn't do it. Excuse it. Sometimes mechanics annoy the shit out of me as I try to actually do it. There's something in combos when they make a character complicated. That's like, you do it in the moment. You do it when you know the character, but if you don't know it. What makes her pop is that. But she is also a bloom character. Sadly, I know more of her advanced. But see, this is the problem with her. You don't ever use the fourth basic. 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I say this because she is a very. You're never doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Because with her, what's going to keep her active, what's actually going to keep her roughly active as an actual main, is she's in a blue. Then again, we have about 3 different bloom effects right now. Now, see, when they tell me to do the combo, it doesn't work. I do it normal. A lot of my the 3-4 hit combos kind of thing. It's one of those things that's unique to HI3, and it's unique here. When they show it, you're either going to do it because I'm naturally going to do it. Because that's the playstyle I have is more of the enhanced playstyle, which comes from the other games. That's why I say sometimes the advanced, because there's a few. Now, the thing is about a bloom. A bloom is something that's there. God, see, you're never gonna run it like this. Surprisingly enough, as much as I hate Verissa in Genshin, she's Verissa adjacent in aesthetics, but she's roughly tolerable. Her perfect lineup is actually not this one. The irony is, you can have the most broken lineup that's sheerly stupid with her. You know what that is? You can have the dumbest lineup with her. 3 blooms. If you do a lineup with 3 blooms. Oh. Sorry, Azuma. Yeah, I have it. I have Remille Dan. Sorry, I didn't see it. I don't combat. Oh, you're stuck on the tutorial. Let me help you out on that one. The tutorial, where are you stuck, by the way? Where are you stuck? Hold on. Where are you stuck on the tutorial? It depends on your playstyle. Because, okay. The tutorial for her is hard. Because the natural way I play is... Okay, I don't dislike Arya. Is... If your playstyle is... Let's assume you're smashing E. Okay? E is the thing. The hardest part of the tutorial is the first. It's remembering the first. Arya, I don't dislike. Arya is redundant. I already have Vivian. But the thing about Arya is Arya works at AOD. I don't dislike her. She's just one of those units that's redundant in her spot. But the trick about her playstyle, when it comes to the demo, is that first basic. Because the trick to it is, you're automatically hitting. So, the way I play, this is the way I play, and it's the way I've played for a while. You'll often see me abuse E's. Like, nobody's business. E attacks are automatically... But what they don't tell people, this is something they've never told people for years, E Energy recharge attacks, even in Genshin, are broken. Half the characters rely on it. So in the demo, if you get stuck, this is somewhere you have to realize it. Because it got me stuck the first time I ever did this, and you don't think about it. It's this part. It's because I naturally go through the combo, because I can do the combo. That's because, let's see. See, the problem here is if you miss it up, there's a specific trigger. This doesn't show it. This is why I say it's that first fourth. You don't naturally do it. If you're thinking about doing it, you're going to screw it up. See, that's normal. Her hold is something you normally do. But when it comes to this, you got to remember the combo. This is what causes a lot of the stuff. It has to hit 4 times. That was 3. Was my bad. 2, 3, 4. See, it's either you get it right in one go, where you think about it, because if you don't think about it in the trigger response, I don't care, I already do, so I need multiple. Because that is what causes the issue. Because if, and I mean the if part in her skill, where they say to demo it, is that. Because when a character is demoed, and I'm going to say this is something you find. What you think is 4 is not 4. Okay? This is the problem. What you think is 4 is not 4. And by that, I mean I play at 6200 DPI. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, you get the advanced part, but what screwed me up is this. 2, 3. See, what they need to do, what they need to actually do is, this is something here on this. Let's assume here. Is what they don't do in this game is they don't show the attack counter. That's what makes it harder. Arya's demo makes it where she seems like she's clunky, but she is not clunky. Now, alternatively, again, team-wise, you have her at energy recharge. Any lineup she's in, I play on mouse and keyboard, so you'll hear the keys. That's what you gotta realize. QE. So if you're welcome, by the way. You are very utterly welcome. I come from the old school of Honkai Impact, okay? We do combos, right? You basically do like you're doing a swing. And I've done this since day 1 in this game. And you see how I say this, I'm good with these combos, and I am a combo player by heart. Combos are how I play this game. This is why you'll see combat is very jarring for me. If you ever see combat, I have shown gameplay to a friend before. Let me turn down volume a second, it's loud. I turned it up. My gameplay in reality is jarring because the amount of switches I pull. I don't believe in mainline DPS. I don't believe in main and sub DPS, I should say. I believe everybody on a team has a role. And that is damage. When I say a character has aged pretty poorly, I'm pretty correct. This is a shit show. Well, you just get into it, LG. That's kind of what it does. You just start off at a point, pray for rain that they have a lineup. See, the thing about... So, Lucia's proficiency, by the way. Little do people remember. But she's fire... She is fire proficiency. The thing about Arya is on a pull for me, give or take. Roughly, let's say, give or take, a proper combat. Sorry if it sounds loud, because combat will be loud as hell. Because part of Lucy is you have to hold the E. Fire proficiency's in the worst place impossible right now. Because you have to, like, sometimes baby. I need to see what my settings really are. Because I wonder if they reset the sound. Like, Diablo, I have to keep at 40. Diablo, I have to keep at 40. And that shit still blows my ears out. Now, Remille Dan. This is the tutorial I've been finally waiting to see. Her tutorial is probably either what you can either make it or break it. She is 100% tied to proficiency. Now, my curse is I didn't pull her till the teens. So I'm going to have to wait a little bit. Plus spend some to get her W wage. It's going to suck horribly. I came into this with 38 master discs, 16,000 resources. Yeah, she both went down to the tens. Both times. I lost a 50-50 right at 10. And it gave me at least a good part about the 50-50s of when you lose them now, you can actually choose what you use. See, they have her 100% set up as a support unit. And yes, she's 100% fan service. Get ready to be called a gooner for playing her. That's what's going to happen. Though, she... That's what's going to 100% happen. Actually, it's basic. Hit an enemy with a basic attack to apply. Hold on. I'm going to say this. She is 100% fan service. But then again, her predecessor, human, Erasure of Human Ego, was also skimpily clad and 100% fan service because she's an Elysia. Any pink elf is always that. Okay. So that's the advanced combo. Because she has the floating. See, that's a thing in her kit. The thing in her kit is that. See, I prefer to test characters by sheer combat. Oh, hold on. I think I'm doing this wrong. See, okay, part of her combo wouldn't surprise me. Nope, that's her assist. She'll single-handedly be the most damaging unit ever. This is the lineup you need for her. She will single-handedly be the most damaging unit probably in the lineup. Because that's the advanced combo for her. Yet the game doesn't want me to do it. The part of tutorials, I hate them. I despise them. If you could pull off the advanced, you should be able to do it. That's actually why Genshin just does free roam ones now. Let me see what they say. Her basic, therefore Lumen now. Do it. Good. Because that's the hold. Because that hit me in the basic. Because the way you're supposed to play her is you're supposed to do it. Oh, I see what they want. It's at the end of the 4-hit combo. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where I'm screwing up. Because they're saying at the end of the 4-hit combo is when you're supposed to apply it. Not hit the... Because your first initial reaction is to hit the energy. Because it's natural to just spam attack with it. But that's not what it's asking to do. But a lot of the game is going to be put under her stats. A lot of the game is she's that. Basic the combat tutorial, other after the end of the skin. Well, you know what's weird? I do this so normal. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Okay, I got it. I know what they're asking. Why would you ask that of a character in a tutorial? Okay, what they're asking is... I got it now. What they're asking for is the fourth 3 charges. Oh yeah, no, her buffs, if you do not understand, I know this game inside like this out. See, Remille Dan, as far as when it comes to proficiency, is going to be a god. You can say it the other part, just the sheer combo of that. There we are. I got it. So you have to have the charge. The charge is what they were asking for. Because if you can't tell, I play this lineup a lot. This lineup, when Wind came out, this is what's interesting. Because she'll stay top proficiency. Because Velina, just for the record, sorry if it's loud, Velina, I'll display this tutorial-wise, Velina is good. Now, people do not know why. Velina is an effect that once you learn to use her, that... Okay, yeah, trigger space, switch, Ramiel. I'm doing the advanced combos. Sorry. Game hates me. It's her combo, right? See, you gotta understand, it's her combo. You have to... See, I subconsciously do the combos. By that, I subconsciously bypass all of the DPS. It's because I'm too used to these lineups. The problem in the demos is they want you to be precise, not the combo itself. Trust me, most shit wouldn't even survive this. Now, I will say this about this lineup. I know where the problem is. This lineup is going to be really good, but really bad at the same time on a player. Velena has one weakness. Velena has one weakness. People don't know this. It's only when you use her to get damage out of Velena is you have to take advantage of the vortexes. That's what they don't tell people. You have to take advantage of the vortexes. If you do not, you're not going to have the damage. Now, the interesting part is about that it's the rotation. There is a built in rotation with her. But I'm going to say she really needs probably recharge. Because I would suspect her kit. See, okay. She's like Astro Yao. Astro Yao requires everything to be well. She requires stats for herself. Think of like Genshin as a top supports. Let's just say Lene. Let's say some of these. They all require a support because her buff is based upon her attack. Funny they make the demo 10 minutes because I know people ain't gonna get that combo. She's so technical. She's technical to high hell. Welcome people coming in. Yeah, that's where I think her gameplay is going to be very different. I think her gameplay. Now, she's one of those people. She's one of the characters that's tied to. You're not going to even realize you skip a step. How do I put it? There's characters that are e-spam, which is why even in Genshin I have high energy recharge. That is one of the things I do. Actually, you want to know what a real test ever will be? I'll show you. The real test ever. Funny. I play at 65. Swear to God, like 65 is easy. This was the light up for her the moment right up until. Oh, before I do this though. I need to do one thing. The only problem in that lineup, you're not going to be using Jake. I'm very thankful that this game doesn't have the Genshin economy where every upgrade cost an arm and a leg. Just basically, you're spending about 500 roughly. When I say gearing up a character is about 500, it's about 3 million in this game. Most people would never believe you until you actually go to level a character. Level to anything. No one believes you, in fact. Now, the interesting part is you need to have her. Well, this is what you need. She has her own Bang Boo, which her Bang Boo is. The trick is she was ether, by the way. But what she does is ether damage, but she does lumen. Now, this part is where you get tricky. So, her skill. What irritates me is she's off anomaly proficiency. What is holding me up is this 6. So disc 6. Technically, these all need to be attacked. Every one of these all have to be attacked. Actually, would be funny if the substat actually works. This is where theory crafting comes in if you know the game well enough. But she has no anomaly mastery. So, give or take. That's your problem. Now, her setup requires about. I think I went through. I went through. I've actually blown through close to about 3,500 energy on this. Just this update alone. Now, see, the other character everyone needs is Jufufu. But, there's a trick. Jufufu is also fire, and a lot of shit is immune to fire in the high tiers. You have to. Jufufu is the #1 off the field damage outside of Bernice. She about put Bernice out of a job. But I'm pretty sure it'll come back. Oh, fun fact. Velena, being wind, works with any status effect. The sigh, you'll hear me do it. Perfect, except for. Perfect except for one. It is always. You know how relic farming and Genshin is shit? This is 10 times worse. No one ever believe me. Try it. And enjoy it. So I said Velena is one of the best units of the year. None of this is macroed. I do this normal. This is not macroed, folks. This is normal. I do this quite... This set, by the way, I have a theory on how it's going to get used, but no one... This set right here is going to be for defense characters. Mark my words, give it about a year or so. When people look at the old defense characters, this actually might. Because I could see maybe that showing up on... If they ever set up a defense character, Kaisar has not been a bad character, right? Everyone knows Kaisar is one of the best Days characters in the entire game. Whether they acknowledge it or not, she has one weakness, being physical. Her only other set is it's a proto shield. But this might show up. That's what I was doing all morning, in fact. After I got off that other stream, this is what I was doing. I was having to... Look, it's easier to find a disc. It's so much easier. It's like relic farming. Relic farming and Genshin takes over. But the disc I want, it's either going to have to be made, unless I can get it to drop. But with Velena, you have to take advantage of the... There's a trigger right there. Sometimes it works. There's a trigger if you miss the vortex. There is where you lose DPS. Oh, hello. Gay Beans. Hi, go away. Hey, look, it's Gay Beans. Gay Beans needs attention, doesn't he? Go away. Go bother Tony. Why don't you go find the new grift? You'll notice I have fans. I have a lot of fans that, especially, it's because I did other stuff prior to doing gaming streams, folks. It's what people don't understand. I have a lot of people who are weirdos who come and stalk me. Gay Beans doesn't want to know why he's called Gay Beans. He got caught adding verbal stud. There we go. You're already dead. They just was already dead and didn't even notice. Game didn't even register it. When you come from the school of thought of other games, it's about time clearance. Efficiency is your number one key. So when you're discussing and trying to do lineups, basically, lineups, very important. Lineups are basically how things go. By the way, for some reason, my button now is in Japanese. No clue why. It's been that way since the update. She's the one character that actually wants. Uh, she's the one character that wants attack. By the way, her sub, her actual substat is pin. Christ on a stick. Oh god, that is so tired. I may have to go the defense one. Oh, this is terrible. That is. That is. That is just. When I say about bad luck, my friend, that is bad luck and a half. When you're looking for a specific stat, why would you be using anything else? Sometimes you have to accept fate and just go with a subpar disc. gotta go with a very subpar. And it's not going to work. And you have to live with what you have to use. I swear, after farming that from, was it that 21 batteries? Man, I'm gonna say, like, after about 20 batteries of trying to farm out this, I think these are the okay. Technically, I say every discs have a tendency to be the worst. It's like, have you ever tried to farm for anything for my hobby? You know, if you ever try to farm anything for my hobby, the discs from my hobby, these roll terrible. Okay? They roll absolutely bad. That's just my opinion and my experience. Kind of like trying to go do a set like the lunar set in Genshin. Good luck to you. And each of those are going to be about 76,000. Each of those are going to be 76,000. I've probably spent, I think I had like 300. I've probably spent about, I had about 3 million. I've probably spent about 6. I'm at about a good 4.5 spent so far. But then again, I have to level up 2 characters. So when you have to level up 2 characters, each character is about roughly 3 million. Especially if you're going from the ground up. Which, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot. It's a lot of resources. It is a shit ton of resources. And when I mean that, it is a lot. It having the resources and then having the ability. You know what? You know they say that's a very terrible modifier right there. But when you start looking up stats, see, pin ratio doesn't matter. Anomaly mastery kinda does. But certain characters are anomaly mastery. Fun little fact, one of the few things that keeps certain supports away from a meta, like, just don't think of her. She's kind of in a weird spot. She's been in a weird spot for a while. The problem with Hugo is you need Lycon and Lighter, okay? But I can never think in a situation I want to use him. Ever. Rena. Let me say this. Rena is one of the weirdest characters in the game. Unlike Grace, by the way, mark my words, and I said this last year, Grace Howard is going to be a major meta unit, and I am not wrong. In the way that she is proficiency. As soon as you knew the proficiency meta was actually going to get above, she's #1 in Electro. But the problem with having about 49 units currently, we have 50 total units. Half of them are not used in any official capacity, if that makes sense. Is 10 Soldier Ambi, is what you call her, is used. Her lineup hasn't changed. But here's the thing with Seed. Seed needs a stun and a. You have to have a stun as well as an attack. And the problem with her, in a nutshell, is it's not what people think. She's actually used. So you cannot use her in a against an enemy that is resistant. Which this game deals with resistance in a very different than others. Because here's the thing about resistance. Resistance in HI3 was 20%. 20-30% that could be made up by buffs. Now, realistically, this is when you speak on resistances. They will say in lineups, use an enemy, use a thing where, sure, one second, be right back. Believe you me, I have had enough resources stockpiled to do anything for a while. Now, the real test of her is that one. 10K. But it does remind me, because I know, Gay Beans, you happen to be watching. So, Edward Diority, how is Verbal Stud? You shouldn't be talking about anybody's a degenerate when you got caught adding an adult, a gay adult star on. See, my enemies are very dumb. He got caught basically on Twitter. See, we would call him Gay Beans because he would do gay ops. This is back when I was covering Riververse stuff or doing stuff on it. So the man decided to. He always has to go for owns. You know, I don't know why he's watching my stream. No offense. I love hate watchers, but the problem is, I guess he's trying to search for an own on somebody, and it's just not going to work. Don't be adding a basically an adult gay performer on basically Twitter, then call somebody else a degenerate. The man needs help. He was the greatest gift I ever gave Tony in any alpha stats. Okay, so the thing of the anniversary part, right, is you can. I needed to pick her. Sounds weird. I've been needing her for like roughly about a year. Pretty solid. Because as soon as like Seed, she's the #1 support for Seed. And the problem with Seed is you need, well, the lineups that you need for Seed, you need Trigger. That's just, it became the meta that we have to have. And Trigger is actually surprisingly used. Which, I mean, look, personally, it's weird. Like, I've always hated her playstyle, and it's never grown. Her playstyle is very much the case of you're either going to like it or you're going to utterly hate it. Because her playstyle requires you switching to her. And then. But at the same time, as I stated before, every time you need her, everything is resistant to fire. Once everything has been resistant to fire for the longest time, something gets resistant, guess what? You're roughly going to have to. Oh, yes, we also have new proficiencies too. This is the weird one. I haven't seen which ones they added because I know. Who did they add? I think it's like 3. I have to go look. Yes, it was this one they added. They added this, that, and Jane. Doe. These three got added to the reworks. Just for the record. So if you like these and they're behind, they got added. Now, I haven't checked the bonuses. The bonuses are interesting. So, Reina was always the weird one. When I say this, Reina is the one you never popped her ult. So, hold on. Oh, they brought her in line. They brought her in line, didn't they? They updated her pen ratio. They buffed her. They buffed her core. So they wound up buffing her core. They gave her a 3. So she's less of the mobile platform. Oh, they went wholeheartedly. Oh, they moved her into an entirely a support. Actually, might give her a good life. But it's all basically based on pin ratio. But you have to double down into pin ratio. Huh. That's actually a good update. She's a free-to-play unit. And the one thing about Nakomata desperately need Nakomata, I said, was cursed from the moment she was released. Learning to play her, she's actually evade dash. She's been evade dash since day one. Her actual to make use of her, you have to evade. She makes it worse, and she has more of a worse attack pattern than Jane Doe has. Jane Doe has a cycle. The reason why Jane Doe comes up in the meta and goes down a lot, Jane Doe goes up and down in the meta partly because of the physical. You have to compete with the other physicals in the meta. Basically, Ye Guang is the number one physical. You're not replacing her. That and a couple of others. The problem is, add a complicated kit on top of it, where it's a very triggered kit where you have to do it. That's what makes it different. Sadly, by the way, if you ever want to know in a game, yeah, I've lost. Look, fun fact about these. Do you ever want to see that I lose like 50-50s? There's 2, like on's a 4. You want to see where my 50-50s go? Right. This isn't normal. These are all 50-50s. Okay? Yeah. The only game I've ever played that's actually happened. Because I have never used these. But I did use her for a bit in the beginning, and then I didn't. One last hit, therefore. Activate unleashes 5. AoE. Before enhancement, there isn't, but after. Per energy, perfect dodge. I should say perfect dodge is really evading. Character is vulnerable. Special attack, which you can only really activate after you've done perfect dodge. Okay, so they upped her physical damage. She's also a dodge counter. So she's perfect evade and dodge. So they went further into the kit. They went further into the kit. Gave her a built-in crit. I guess that makes it. Yep. Okay. Got it. Got it. Wow. They gave her literally a 60% built-in crit hit damage. Christ on a stick. They really want you to use her. They really, really want her used. Now, the big thing about Jane Doe is Jane Doe really needs. Well, I will say this. I don't like her as a character using. Her in a character using, she had a physical meta for a while, because if you miss with her attacks, it's very costly. But fighting her as a boss, she's atrocious. There's like Rita. If you ever played HI3, you always have. I have nightmare runs to trying to do Memorial Abyss to Rita. Rita Artemis. It's very much similar in this regard. Mhm. This is where I just do this on the fly and find out. After enhancement. When basic attack jumps, hold to activate. Repeated attacks dealing physical. Hold the button. Obviously, anti-interrupt. Takes 40. One damage. So yeah, they gave her a physical buff because she was starting to go behind in the physical. Okay, I get it. 30. Wow. I'm actually speechless. They single-handedly gave this woman the most critical hit damage in the entire game if she's in the assault status. That's if you can pull off assault. So what? 15? If Nekomata is 60, that's 20. So if you go through just this here is actually no, it's 25. No, I'm wrong. I'm reading this entirely wrong. So it goes 30%. Okay, no, let me read that wrong. So it's 30%. Six. Nope. Okay, nope. Nekomata now has her most crit damage of physical. They only increased Jane Doe by 30. Okay, now I read that correctly. See, she's by 60. You make Jane Doe worse now. Ew. And the hardest kit in the world to use is Nikomata. Oh boy. Now let's see. CU defense reset. Let's have a little fun. Show. Agent's ultimate and chain attack bonuses increased by that 4. Now, this is a very universal modifier. We're getting out really lucky, okay? We're getting out really lucky right now. A lot of these modifiers, and mark my words, are atrocious. Okay, so HI3, you'll hear me refer to a lot. It's a prototype for a ton of systems. Had Memorial Abyss, which is weekly. It's 2 times a week, and they still go on. It makes or breaks units. Yeah, see Azula. Yeah, you're trying to get the attack. You may have to go with proficiency. Good luck on discs, by the way. That shit is ass. You are gonna find out so much fun trying to farm discs. And do you know why we farm good discs? Because we have to do this. Now, the good part about a bunch of Aether, I'm actually curious if the guide is up for this. Let me check and see if the guide is up for CU defense. I want to see if this is up. Because I want to see what they recommend. This is the fun part. This is where I have fun every week. I can get lost in here for like, if I ever do this, it's like Memorial Abyss. Like I do it at the last minute. Oh, I will hate it. I will be in the worst mood ever. You're talking about the world's biggest sweat mood, and you gotta like do it correct. Is it up? Oh no, it is. Please tell me it's up. No, it is up. Thank God. The guide actually updated beforehand. Okay. All right. AOD makes sense. Myobi disorder using reason boo and vortex. And of course, you got a full AOD team for the first half. The second half is mono electric, which is the lineup I can finally do now. Thank you, God. Is Sisia and Trigger and the other one, and it's not resistant to that. Sorry, it's usually resistant to fire. Later on, we will see. So they're saying Vortex, Ice, and Aether. Now, the interesting part is with Ultra Jig, which would not surprise me. See, Myobi disorder teams are still used. That's Astra, Myobi, and Vivian. But here's an interesting fact about Remille Dan. She does not work with, in testing, she did not work with Myobi, which is near destructive to a meta. Let's assume someone wants to make Myobi better. But part of Myobi's problem, this is something that Myobi, as much as I love her, she's too charge. That makes that lineup too charge heavy. So time consuming, extra damage, and other things. I'm actually kind of curious because the second half is usually easy. 50s aren't the hard part. 50s are not the hard part at all. It gets when you get to the 60s, the 65s, then you're looking at a massivest buff in the entire world. See, I would forego Yuzaha entirely in that lineup and just go Remille Dan. And I would just go straight Remille Dan. So, the idea here is they say Ultra Jake because here's what I would say Ultra Jake is good because Ultra Jake only works, but we're talking fire buildup. But actually, sorry. Oops, I screwed that up. That would have been really bad. One. And the second half, I need Mercury. Mercury indeed. I'll be a little rusty because I haven't ever used Trigger outside of story. You're about to see if she cuts the mustard as far as good. That's the fastest time I think I've ever cleared that before. It is so nice to finally be able to do this lineup. I cannot tell you how often I've done this. Electric has been my bane. Just gotta get used to it. See, that is the lineup you're supposed to use with Seed. Now, it's going to vary. Your mileage varies. But that. But that is the fastest clear I've ever seen on the first part. And I guarantee if I had see, right around 55 is when you start getting into bullshit. So you start to see it. Um, Sometimes guides help a little bit to give you an idea. There's good life hacks with this one if you know how to do it. Huh. Why would you do that at all? Okay, I see why they're doing it. But so here's something you're gonna find out. Because a lot of it is when you're trying to test if a character is ultimately good. Surprisingly, that's about what I figured they would do. But that is such the weirdest combination if you're ever curious on how that comes up. Because here's the thing about Yejuan is nothing but a chain attacker. As I said, last year she was my number one unit. Just for the record. They used, apparently. But if you're gonna find it, it's gonna be Ye Wong at the end of this year. Probably. It's always interesting. What is your most used actual physical unit? She was released like Velena at the early part. But the key to her is she's sheer force. I will say this Norma isn't a bad character. She's annoying as a character to listen to her voice lines, but she is surprisingly good. But I'm not going to pull her between pulling for her and Remille Dan. Because Remille Dan, I already knew I was going to be screwed over on. So, Remille Dan, as I said, costing me to the teams in both the first one and the rerun. Yeah, that pissed me off. By that, it was about 170 points. And I didn't get her until it was like 9 left. I'm waiting for the lore dump on this woman. There's a lore dump on her that's going to happen. They literally took her out, did the most criminal thing. They took her out of the story last year. And we don't know where the hell she's been. By the way, this woman single handedly broke the meta last year. Now, unlike the rest of her Rupture counterparts, which don't, forgive me, I haven't used Astro Yao in a while. Buddy. Now, there is a debate. Who's the better support unit? Yuzaha or Astro Yao? My argument is they're one and the same. The same is with Lamina. Lamia is, I think, sorry if I could butcher her name. She's number one for Rupture. This one on one hand is too separate. So Yuzaha basically is going to be works as a support that mimics an element. Astro Yao straight buffs the entire team. You can run an Aether Doomsday team with her, Vivian, and I think Van Guang. You can do it. That's a Doomsday team. But the thing about it is, Astro Yao is it's the alternative. Lamia basically works, so I call her that, in rupture support. In teams where you use her in the third place behind Yejuan. Yejuan. That's how you do it. Now, if arguably Remille Dan serves in a section of that, you're talking a powerful support, but she's for proficiency. See, events like this help me out a lot better. Strangely enough, I really rarely look at guides. Oh, I believe she will cut the mustard. Entirely. But it's going to be very team dependent. I think she's going to make any person who has a person struggling with anomaly teams good. The fact alone, these are actual clears. That's one thing I've never shown when I play this. The actual clears. But I have the actual ability to play her to her fullest. Outside of the W engine. That's her without the W engine. Really? Of course they do this. Of course they do this. So what you find sometimes they do, and what I mean that is they'll take these. They don't shift up, they'll switch up the one quite frequently. Because what I will say about Arya and Nangguang is Arya is actually Aether. Nangguang Yu has to rely upon she's proficiency. I love her in an Aether lineup. I adore her in it, but she has no attack. None. No. Like, her, everything she has comes from her a bloom buff. Everything about it. My goal is to get her to about a 2000 attack, but default it is. They're gonna do it, aren't they? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ah, they're gonna do it. Oh, I hate when people recommend that. This is where the guides direly screw up. Because remember I was talking about the defense? The resistance? The defensive resistance? That means you're doing about 30%, 20 to 30% less damage per the one. She's actually the only one in the AOD I wanted to pull. Because she's the only one in the kits that wasn't entirely altered. And it's largely because of her stun. If it weren't for her being a stunner, I would never use her. I would have waited to pull her. She works in proficiency lineups. I know why they do this, but I do not support it. See, when I say Yuzaha basically mimics an element, I can tell this guide's really screwed up. Yuzaha mimics elements used, basically. So having her and Arya, but they still recommend. But there's the AOD team, right? So the AOD team is. So when you see the AOD team, it's one physical, it's the two that work together. So the AOD team is arguably, if you use them individually, because Arya is the number one, she's very easy to get corruption on. But there is the argument that you can use Yuzaha in place. But remember, Remille Dan does do Aether. Someone apparently forgets that. See, a lot of these people who do guides, I believe, probably miss it. So I was correct on the first time. And by the way, don't let Dial-In fool you. Dial-In is single-handedly probably the fastest attacker, right behind Ju Fufu. But I guess they also don't assume people are going to have a full kit day one. Some people are able to do it. See, here's the thing about if Remille Dan is doing the clears fast because she is Aether, even though her main stats are not exactly Aether, it says, but she is Aether. She just has the other. It's like you don't think that Yizhuan is. You realize she's Rupture, but she's very different Rupture. Problem is if you miss. I hate this thing. This one is annoying. You ever want to see the biggest time sink enemies? This one's it. When I say I believe firmly in energy recharge, you know why. Ability spam is my best friend. But I also know how to play a lot of these characters. Because funny is they play like they're... Dial-In is literally Chrononavi. I kind of wish they bunched up, but that's not going to happen. I'm halfway tempted just to put... Say, screw basically having, Zhao to have, just run Kaiser. Or just pull out Yuzaha just for shits and gigs. That ice resistance will really screw shit up. That's the reason. That's the one. Well, that would be the one lineup that Remille Dan's not good for. And resistance to Aether. That's a little bit screwed. Ah. Remille Dan, right? Yeah, she's massively Ice Aether. You know? That would be a real test if that works. See, if you're crazy and fucking around to find out, that's how you do it. Let me make sure and see if I'm correct. Because I did say I need to get these geared up before. Because you ever want to see a real test of the end game, you get to it. The story itself is actually going to probably be short. But I want to get through this. That's surprising. They're saying Yanagi, Miyabi, and Astraea. That with Agent Gulliver. Basically, this is about where they're saying under this one the AOD team becomes. This is where they're going to say the AOD team becomes main top tier for these because hold on, Aether resistant fire. It's an easy switch. Yeah, see, it's not going to work. That's when you do that one instead. That's Agent Gulliver. I'm halfway tempted to show that off. I'm halfway tempted to show off what I was talking about. Safe bet is Miyabi because the problem with Miyabi into Vivian and into Astroyel, technically Astroyel buffs the one, Vivian is a bloom, which if Vivian is bloom, no, you can't do Aether. No, it's Aether resistant, that's right. Oh, I'm sorry, it's stupid. It's Aether resistant. No. It's Aether resistant in the second half. Ice and Aether on the front. I want to know how they're going to explain pyrosis. Because in the story, I want the explanation. Because there's been a lot of theories about Helios Academy. Technically, 3.1 really needs to stop dropping mysteries, and it's going to have to start doing explanations. You cannot drop another mystery. But as a free to play Aether, that's actually really good. Like, if you really go, because the idea is you would go Miyabi, Vivian, Astrolia. But here's the thing, the only way Yanagi is basically quick attacks. The issue with this entire lineup in general is it is all charge, and it puts everything on Miyabi as a hyper carry and relying on Vivian for the bloom. Then having the constant buff from Astro Yell to stay afloat. Which, it sounds complicated, it is. If it doesn't work, I'll know in the first half if it's going slow, then I'll change it. But I have my gripes about Miyabi. The problem in half of Miyabi's damage is all tied up in her. Miyabi is entirely tied up into charge attacks. So I don't like that. That takes too much time. Once the buffs kick in, it does a lot. The problem is there's too many charge attacks. Regardless of fail, I can just adjust it. But the thing with Remille Dan, she also has a pin ratio. But I am concerned on the time. But I also know these enemies are abnormally tough, and I can't describe it. You would have to play it to know it. What enemies are tougher in these... You know the ones that are going to be very tanky. That's too slow. That is too slow. Six? Nah, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't have enough time even on the second half. You wouldn't even have time on the second half. Hmm. Let me think. I'm gonna get up and stretch. Ice and Aether and Wind and Ice. Wind and Ice is easy. Ice and Ice. This is where I wish. This is where I wish they didn't screw up and have Remille Dan not work with my hobby. That speculation alone just ruins it. You know, if and here's the thing: if it worked, if she worked with my hobby, actually, is a way to test it. I don't know if she works with my hobby because I actually need to test that because in testing, she was not working with my hobby, which was speculation because I looked that up myself and it wasn't, it was the case. Because her not working with my hobby is really a big foul if you begin to think about it. But the thing is, she's 100% Aether support. She's definitely in the realm of it. Because if she worked with Miyabi, man, that would be a lot of damage. Guaranteed. Switch. Oh. Yep. Sadly, there's no quick ice attackers. I need to make sure that the stun, because he has extra armor when he has the collar around his head, eventually breaks. But the thing is, this enemy is just very universally tanky. If she does this, that's the thing about it. Her, basically, if you can maximize her buff, she does so much. Go. It's one way to deal with a tanky enemy. Yeah, you have to keep the days up. I hate this enemy. They really need to fix this boss's invul windows. That's one thing I've been... It's a little bitty boss, actually. At least I know what I'll need to do whenever I have to replay it. You know, Stage 1 is actually Aether. I have to check it. Yeah, I beat it. Say, get it in an A. I'll get it in an A, but I'm not gonna worry about getting an S till later. Oof. There's always one stage that's bad. Always. Oh god, this boss is artificially tougher than it should be. Really? I find this... there is a route there. Look, any... Hmm. God, that's a massively.
The line shall be drawn by me. A gap. A diversion. Please allow me. I will carry out your execution. This ends here.
I just died. God, it's the worst. At modifier. It's not the modifier, it's the resistances. They have two enemies that are artificially tanky. I mean, just beating it is enough to get in the other. You know. Fire physical. Wind and Aether. Wouldn't do that now. That's a matter for another day. As long as I beat that one. I got multiple days on this one. It isn't the worst, but you'd have to play around with the lineups. Things get massively, massively under the realm. I know where my limits are. This one here, I should do this and I'll forget it. By the way, you know, it's really criminal. Like, this is actually a decent lineup for this, but this, in reality, is it's weird when you see them as up agents, but they don't have the other parts. So, the interesting part is, in technicality, they don't work together. Yejuan doesn't work together with Yejigwan, which is kind of the problem. Because this is one of the weirder issues where I would be surprised if this wasn't trying to show off. Because if you're trying to definitely go off a new character, you would. Because this is where when you, I guess the other part that breaks characters is when you're trying to do this. Now, in reality, when you go to look at it, sure, That's a weird up. I think I know I can do it, but it's the issue. The question is, go for quick clears or go for the other one? I wouldn't do that now. I'd go do that, save that.
A wise choice. Understood. Where are we going? There's no shell. You just tell me the target. Copy that. Watamita.
It's like there's a throwaway elements, but not exactly. CU defense and deadly assault is actually what breaks. CU defense and
Stay behind me. Keep still. The wind rises. Not on my. Please separate. An opening. Don't fret. All will soon be calm. Danger! Just kidding. Rotate. This is the will of Krampus. Take this. Here's the dawn. Not on my. A single moment can become eternity. Wind shear. When am I gonna do it? I've plenty of time. I'll need to exert myself a bit. Persistent, but not to worry.
I know it's definitely her W engine. But the thing is, she's using the same W. She uses the same resources. Oh no! I accidentally blocked my friend. Oh no. My bad. My bad. Okay, I'm sorry, Ted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ted. I'm sorry, Ted. God damn it. I know too many Edwards. I'm bad. I'm terrible, okay? Yes. I wish he'd said that sooner. Okay, that was my bad. Oh. Okay, that was a mistake. See, he plays other things. I was teasing him about playing Halo earlier. But it's okay. God. Ow! Ow? Oh, fuck off. Jesus, now I get the extra health. There we go. Technically, this boss is used for three people. It's used for Remille Dan, Pyrosis, and Velena. Thank God. I'm actually surprised they didn't add a new boss. Yeah, I was teasing him first. Jesus. I know one too many Edwards. See, Edward used to come on. The I saw that. I know one too many. I really do. Then they make it so bad. Keep forgetting of him. He doesn't call himself what he calls himself on Discord. I'll do this and I'll get to the story. Sadly, I'll have to do one more right next week, and then now I only got to do one next week, but I'll probably be doing that boss for a while because bosses need that one. Like that's the one. Because a lot of your money, like the money, the achievements, let me see, so where a lot of your resources come from, and you have to do this about every day. You don't have to do this every day. You just have to do this every. I have to remember. It's like some of these are. I see your bounty missions. See, bounty missions about 140 a week based on completion. So you get about one free a week, but you get batteries. So if you periodic or you do standard, the thing about this is so the up agent. Now, there is something to this. If you ever wish to make your life 10 times more difficult, it's like having modifiers. Um, and it's not frustrating, but you see, it's like in Division 2. I don't like modifiers because modifiers make it worse. Let me see. Because I've been capped a long time on the investigation. Like the investigation? Oh, that's just gay. Wow. Oh, so they have quick. I did not know that's what that was for. I didn't know. I didn't know that that was what that's allowed for. I was trying to figure out what these tickets were for now. Now I know. Jesus. Enter 32 different special areas. So they changed a resource, which was this, because I didn't know what they changed that to. So the Victoria housekeeper. Hold on a second. So the Victoria house. Really, you learn something new every day. So the Victoria housekeeping is this. They don't tell you what it's for. That is dumb, by the way. That is very stupid. Good. I apologize. See, deep cleanings are now used because I was trying to figure out what deep cleanings are for. Because deep cleanings got moved out of this. Because deep cleanings are what we used to use for autocomplete tickets before batteries. And they don't explicitly say that, yeah, that's going to be a while here. 4 stars total in Deadly Assault. Yeah, good luck to me on that one. I'm going to have to go focus on that one. 4 stars, yes. That's it sounds like it should be easier, but patience wise. The only thing deadlier than the other is this. Stagnant Apparition, Dead End Butcher. Oh, that's the new boss. Oh, so trial and then the adversary. Oh, so if you get 3 stars here, you can go to adversary. And there's a additional. Oh, that's funny. And you need certificates. Huh. I did not know. And what's interesting is there's a lot of resources. I don't think it's behind. Like here, you go to classic and standard, which is trials. You get a lot of if you basically purge, like there's two modes. There's the Scarlet Trials you have here, I believe. But this is the alternative, but you can only get, like, depending on how you complete it. These, they must have changed these around. So, eh, you never know. Maybe. At some point, they're going to do these, because there's also a lot of, like, here. Because there's rewards for this. Lucia. God, see, I forget names. Like here, yes, I need this. But I haven't done some of these, so front lines and then the other one. So technically, I don't own her. I own him, but I don't use him. But I haven't done this in a good long while. I complain about not having polychrome, but it's it's okay. It could eventually be done. It's basically living and completing it. The problem is I'm gonna need about I need about I think what is at least see we're gonna get login rewards right now. So there's login rewards we're getting. So login rewards currently it's gonna be 2 days in a row. We're gonna get about a total of about I believe 10 currently. So the login bonuses was at least 6,000 primo. Let's see a little bit over that. I don't even see where the. See, usually you can find these things, but yeah, they show this. They show there's about 7,000 remaining if you do all of this, right? Deadly Assault being the highest. 40 days. 19 of them. Like, I mean, they let you. It's like the closest they say if you do. Like, Deadly Assault is just terrible. It's like I haven't done a Gift in the Clouds. And It's basically like this is a guide. Like I think they added this to HSR too, but I don't use it. So there's 1,050. You only get 160 for the story. You get about 140. CU defense is about 780. Deadly assault, unironically, is only 300. Hold on. What are you doing, Ted? You know I'm streaming, but it's fine. You keep me company. You need to go play Halo though. Skill Up gave it a glowing review. Really? I know I saw that. I saw the boss soldier they added. Yeah. I'm probably gonna do a stream on that because they added 3 levels. They actually made her I was like, oh, that was the girl boss thing they were talking about. I don't know. Skill Up was praising the Skill Up did have a point. There was good stuff in Infinite. You can't say there wasn't. There you go. Yeah, that is true, Ted. That is very true. Oh, I mean, that's true. By the way, you should have said that was you. I apologize. Hey, everybody, I apologize. I thought you were Gaby. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I thought you were Gay Beats. I'm not kidding. My bad. Good thing I'm not straight. Good thing I haven't muted right now. There you go. There's one too many. I know one too many Edwards. I'll have to inform you on some of the drama I've had recently. No, but Halo. Oh, you don't want to do the other one. I get it. But, hmm. But yeah, gonna have to show you the you're gonna have to go. They actually apparently, yeah, with Halo, they did the campaign evolved and they did everything else.
Actually gonna make me feel like Halo's actually more screwed over. Because I don't care about any of the additions they made.
But
I don't
okay,
care
let me
about.
say this for the record. PC people don't understand. I actually do care. The problem is we've had at least 3 releases of Halo. You had the original Master Chief Collection, and then you had the other one. The
Yeah.
only thing that the new one did was they added 3 levels, a fucking girl boss, which is like
Yeah.
looks like a Spartan. I think
Yeah,
she was gonna be a Spartan.
she was actually an ODST. Like, you can recognize the ODST armor
Okay, I don't remember ODST.
Uh, there's a lot of Spartan armors that use the ODST gear.
Huh.
But here, let me see.
You'll send that. Just do your thing. Nah, nah, nah. It's one of those things of the Halo mismatches, like, and people don't realize, like, I do need to get some gaming streams, like, on the gaming news. Because the problem is, it's not with Halo that they botched it. I feel like, so Skill Up was complaining that it's too purple. Like, but I get it. But there's also Endymion and others were saying they took one of the core moments out of the game, how Master Chief could use Forerunner technology, the bridge scene,
Yeah.
and
Here's the two images.
then
You can
they
kind of see
also
it.
screwed with the library. So
Yeah. I don't know. The library change didn't seem all that special to me either.
what about the bridge scene?
Mm.
Why is it the images of Cortana I saw in the dialogue sound worse? Even though it's the
It's
same
because
actress.
all the dialogue's worse in that game.
Really?
Like Sergeant Johnson just sounds outright.
Oh, come on. They moved it worse.
Sergeant Johnson just hits the uncanny valley for me. Brutal. Yeah, doesn't Sergeant Johnson hit that uncanny valley for you?
Sorry. I was AFK. What do you mean? The Sergeant Johnson one? No, no, no.
Yeah, like he just like well, he to me I just like look at him and go, yeah, you're not human.
Sergeant Johnson, what actually I will say from what I've seen in the dialogue is like the greenhorn line. That's kind of odd. Even Skill Up said that was screwed up. I agree.
It's because he's saying it with a smugness, right?
He's
Like
also saying it with his face. Like, I don't get a lot of the cutscenes. It's not like when they
yeah,
did the travesty of it wasn't that Halo 3 not Halo 3, but Warcraft 3 Reforged was bad. It's that they downgraded the game.
yeah. But like Sergeant Johnson, right? You can tell the voice actor was told, yeah, sound like a smug jokester type.
Mm.
And the issue is that Sergeant Johnson in the Halo campaigns is supposed to be a actual sergeant where he's pissed off all the time and he's cracking
Yes.
like jokes.
Yes,
So
cuz
it
we
seems like
played
anger with him.
because we played, I think we still need to finish our playthrough together of the ones. Because when you get to the ones, it's like my also thing too is they gutted the Halo soundtrack too. How the hell did you do that?
I think it's mostly the same. It's just the mixing was bad. Wasn't that like the thing? They
The
just did a
mixing
poor
is
job mixing
low.
it. Yeah.
Like you
Like the
can't
guns sound bad because of
you
the mixing
can't
too.
actually screw with the sound mixing of Halo.
Yeah, it's it's been curated to a perfection and you can't really.
It's like I'll bash Destiny. Destiny has really good music, but they had a really good composer. But I also know you hate Doom, so
No,
Doom.
just Doom the Dark Ages.
But how do you feel about Mick Gordon?
Oh, you mean the metal music? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah. By the way, I need to play through that DLC because I'll get to it eventually. I
Play it
can't.
on easy.
I can't justify. I couldn't. By the time you told me it was out, I kind of remembered it was coming out. I didn't have. I couldn't justify $24.
Yeah, but if you do play it on easy, okay? Like the bosses are just get way too spongy at a point.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened in Doom: The Dark Ages, anyways. So I just gotta settle it and start the story. Yeah. No.
Mhm.
Yeah, you should enjoy the fan service character. You should enjoy Ramiel Dan, sir. But I'm not gonna lie. Ramiel Dan is basically 100% fan service in all her animations.
Oh yeah, by the way, I've been reading Alric of Melnibone.
Hmm. Yeah, but when I start the story, I'll just do whatever. One day I'll learn how to get a filter for OBS. It filters everything. But yeah, I meant to get to the story yesterday, but I had some drama with some clowns, as you know. Uh,
Yeah, I don't do the whole drama shit though.
No one
Like,
does. Then I learned the hard way. Apparently, YouTube. I said three words together that triggered the AI filter because some jackass false reported my stream.
yeah,
No one
you
believes in
heard
me.
you
Huh?
heard the quartering got his ass beat recently too, right?
Excuse me.
He's having short again.
Did he get kicked in the head by a trans person?
No, he's been getting a lot of copyright strikes on his shorts, and it's actually he almost got.
Oh. Did he almost get taken out?
Yeah, like they got a lot of
Wow.
copyright strikes on him, so he can't
You
post
haven't
anything.
told me this. That would have been a good stream.
It just happened. Like it's
Oh
actually happening
God.
right now. Like
It broke?
the I was listening to the Kino Casino cover it tonight, so it literally just
Jesus.
happened.
So everyone just looked into what the clips he had stolen.
Yep.
It looks like I got it looks like I got a good stream later in the week if that's true.
Hmm.
Look, I have
It's
no
just
love.
short again.
I have no love for the quartering. I used to watch him. The problem is he's gonna go down. That'd be
Yeah.
so stupid
I
if
think
he.
every right winger watched him at some point because, like, he was the only one that couldn't get banned. Like,
Mm,
in peak 2020, when all the right wing channels were getting banned, he was one of the few that was insist that you kind of knew was never going to go.
I knew him as the quarter. I knew him as the Magic Channel thing that he pawned himself off as.
Yeah, I never saw the Magic Channel. I'm mainly talking about his like YouTube, his political era.
By the way, just be in a second. I gotta start the story a little bit. But yeah, I think the quartering getting karmatic justice is funny because you didn't hear about. Did
Yeah.
you hear about the whole Chrissy Mayer? Like she actually officially got fired from FNT. Oh yeah, I'll have to tell you that drama.
Chrissy Mayer.
Just mute yourself a little bit, look it up, refresh yourself. That's gonna be funny. Just let me know when you find it. So I have to start the story of the cutscenes at least. There's no, unlike Genshin or something, there isn't one. Once the story starts, I have to kind of go to
Here,
the beats.
AI mode. I just wanna know the Okay, the AI says that she has not been fired. So like
Anyways, now just keep it. Look it up.
AI is wrong and it won't
Keep
tell
it.
me the
Just
actual
keep it up.
facts.
Just look at it up. I'll fill it in afterwards. I at least got to get this clip. So
I don't know any context behind that though. I don't know who Chrissy
I
Mayer
can
is.
explain that Chrissy Mayer was a comedian that she was gonna be on. She was on FNT for a while as like an extra, but she tried to bring some humor to the show. She couldn't. She actually, because,
Well, women can't joke, so
okay, jokes aside, yes. I swear I would kill that cricket. I would kill that cricket. That I have beards. I feed them. I had to get crickets by 500, else they eat cost too much if I ever go to like Petco or somewhere. But like Chrissy Mayer basically got. Do you remember when the whole quartering drama kicked off with Melanie Mack and Brittany V? Her that drama?
yeah.
Brittany Vinton. Brittany Vinton. Sorry. She took that. Gary didn't want her back on, and it was like the Doomcock moment. Yes, YouTube. There's a person called Doomcock. Was
Brutal.
on FNT. Actually, kind of, he's still around YouTube, but he, Jeremy Griggs, had a falling out. She was a comedical relief who just sat on the panel. But she did the thing with the quartering because remember she was hanging out a lot with Camelot. By the way, people, if you're looking at this, I'll tell the story in a second. So I also do news and commentary of the side. Occasionally on no other streams. It's just crossover. So she then got herself involved in the whole quartering drama, and Gary's not behind the whole doxing and everything else. She already had been on the kind of the rocks about Gary didn't care about the Camelot drama, the Nick Rekieta drama, because as long as it doesn't hurt the brand. But she was supposed to do the thing, then had a stream after Melanie Mack, right? Because Melanie Mack, of course, we know takes up. Because commonly with Comicsgate, Chrissy Mayer also was doing the Sitcast, which I've been selling on it. Don't go look her up. But the as well as Dave. But the thing about the, what Chrissy Mayer did is she had the whole blow up with Brittany Venti and then the other. They didn't care they farmed drama, so she was put on leave. And it's been a secret drama. She's been only crashing out about it recently. She did it on Camelcast, which is Cecil's on Rumble. It's been making its way back to YouTube. I just haven't covered it because it's Comics Gate adjacent and Cecil's kind of forgotten. So Chrissy Mayer decided that was in the whole Fallout earlier this year when I was like talking to you about it with the quartering drama. By the way, they just updated regulations for YouTube based on that. Yeah, little do people know, YouTubers are we are starting to feel the heat. Even the small of us are feeling the heat. Cause I lost my stream to 3 words said together.
It's that AI
It's the AI bot, and they also updated some back. I'll have to inform you what you can't say on YouTube. And the problem is, it's stupid because I had to do the little training course afterwards.
There's a training course now.
There always is one, unless you want the thing that it will take it away. But the funny thing about it is, YouTube's recently changed some stuff again. Because, like, take the Carlos Monza situation, take all of this. Do you remember that Crowder Carlos Monza saga years ago? That got a lot of stuff put into place, the Ethan Klein Keemstar feud. It's all trickling down to us. There's actually regulations. Actually, hold on a sec. Gotta mute both ends so people don't hear it.
Brutal.
Don't say what I said.
I don't know.
Hold up.
This whole era
Yep.
of YouTube is
I just gotta
crazy.
go through the story. Just be a second cutscene, so that's not good. This is the story. Yeah.
It's not as bad as the 2020 YouTube era, though.
Yeah, it's true. I will say this though. I think the prediction I have for YouTube, I'm not gonna be one of those people that makes a YouTube video and says YouTube is crap now. I'm just gonna say that I've said that YouTube is the best platform to stream on with visibility, but it comes at the cost of draconian it comes the cost with some very draconian rules that you could drive basically the Titanic through the bylaws. Long story short, it's a bunch of legalese that could get your channel struck or removed. If that makes
Yeah.
sense. It's going
I
if
think I think Griffin's more justified on deleting his streams.
well, apparently Mr. Medicare doesn't keep his streams up at all.
Yeah, it's smart. We just
Because
don't know.
well, there's a whole thing on this. I had this thing. It's people don't know. It's a drama about you. I had to private the videos anyways because it screws my algorithm up. But I'm not too happy. But the quartering getting what he got is not unaffectionate.
I don't think anybody's too upset for him.
Hold up. So I just make this cutscene for
I think for a lot of people, it's a long time coming.
hmm.
You know,
Tens of thousands of eggs and still didn't get a wink of sleep.
By the way, I do love. You have to admit, the woman with the snake. She literally is a snake that eats eggs. But I still hate Billy.
I don't think so. The truth behind the bamboo corruption incidents was never made public. As far as I know, the only people who really know what happened, but from the culprit's
My
perspective, they seem to
my
have vanished into thin air.
my project in
Or
Minecraft is underway
maybe
though.
they're just waiting for the
Ah,
right moment.
let's see.
I think I'm almost completely done with a lot of it.
Hold on a sec. Let's how he explains the cutscene a second. It's unpitchable. Yeah, because see, we were so the last where we left the story off, it was very open ended because I don't like it. It's like the the corruption incidents on there was see it wasn't Remille Dan's fault. Something was corrupting that. Then there's a big behemoth sea serpent in the sky apparently, and all of the corruption in the logic cores. Because the problem is 3.0 opened up way too many mysteries. Problem is 3.1 needs to start setting the stage for the narrative. Lady Sunbringer's in 3 parts. Now there's a theory why she's in 3 parts. Because legend is Remille Dan killed her. But there's also the part she made a deal with the god or the thing behind. I want to call them Honkai, but they're not Honkai. That behind the Aethers, the creator, basically. But it's too much knowledge. So the price she paid after being betrayed down below, she had to split herself up into 3 parts. But it's very ironic they make Lady Sunbringer look like Satan or a devil, and Remille Dan, who hunts her, who was hunting her as an angel. The interesting part about this is we don't know what the ultimate. We do know that Tops once gained control of the archives because we really haven't seen. Normally, the trailers give out a lot, but the trailers haven't been giving out a lot. So, and they're going off to bang boos, but clearly that boss that's in this week's is clearly the final boss. But
Probably not, right? I heard today's welcome tea party is being hosted by the ESD. Valina and Norma will both be there, plus all three Sunbringers. How dumb would this guy have to be to try anything right under their nose?
and the interesting part is the cutscene at the end of 3.0 is the little Lady Sunbringer one going into a portal, which I'm confused by, but I don't. I'm wondering if there's a payoff for it.
Actually, I'm not too sure either. All I know
Someone
is
came into
after
her
the recording was
office,
completed, Norma's
then
gonna
she
be
walked through that
Valina's
portal.
son.
Because my suspicion was we're gonna have to start seeing the.
She hasn't replied to any of my messages. Aw, man. She's already that busy, and Valina still called her to the tea party?
By the way, supposedly the rest of his team is up here somewhere. Yes. Cecilia basically is basically a giant glutton. It's her joy.
Yeah, to fulfill all those degenerates' feeding fetish.
You know what? Let me introduce you to Varissa. Remind me to send you the Varissa trailer from Genshin.
Do I want to see it? Like,
You
I'm
want
kind of worried.
you want somebody. You want somebody that is an absolute representation versus someone with a high metabolism that's always hungry. Because that's actually the thing about the joke about Cecilia. She's actually a cow. I gotta say, that is still, I'm to that part in Genshin. I did swear on stream, I was going to do the food eating challenge. But I'm gonna die of cringe trying to do it. I don't even want to do that. But I have to do that because that's where I'm at. So don't even bring that up. It's terrible.
uh,
It's bad. It is absolutely horrifying.
sometimes I'm just happy I'm not into gotcha anymore.
It's not even about gotcha. It's just a fan service. Why do you have Ramiel Dan the way she is?
I don't know. There's good fan service, and then there's questionable
See,
fan
Ramiel
service.
Dan's good fan service. But the idea of a lot of the theory for her is you can't tell me that half the animations for her, but again, when if you know she's based on Haresh or a human ego, everything makes sense. Haresher of Human Ego was very fan service as well. People forgot about that, especially for even amongst. You know what's funny though? You know, Ted, she sounds a lot like Kershey. Kirsch. You ever thought about that? Cia sounds a lot like Kirsch. And I know how much you love Kirsch. Kershey.
Which one is Kershey again?
The Fox girl causes all the drama.
Oh
Kirsche.
damn.
Kirsche. Sorry.
No, I'm just horrible with names. Let me just
I'm
look it up.
horrible with names too. It's the Fox girl on YouTube. It ruins it. The immersion. A little bit. Knowing these things.
Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't need to know about that. That's some lore I can do without.
What? You don't like Kirsche? God. She's a base right wing woman from Chicago. How dare you? Not Chicago, but Boston. My bad. I'm being insulted to people from Chicago. Or Boston.
I don't know. I'm of the mind that the more the I'm of the mind that secretly all VTubers are just fat and obese in reality. So I don't know. With that in the back of my mind, I don't know if I can ever if I can ever trust.
I'll have to share stuff with you. Yeah, see, currently we're being stalked by Ramiel Dan. She basically can get anywhere in and out of Rose Califer. It's as weird as hell, folks. She's basically the MacGuffin of. She is the MacGuffin of Rose Califer. Basically, she's a void hunter that's been alive for 100 plus years, and you can go look at the drip marketing for her, which shows the first generation void hunters what they're doing is like what they did with Himiko Nova, so you have like three animations. So the opening animation with her, which I wish I could have, I just should have shown, was her fighting, which is more of the may have been a hint back to when she fought Sunbringer.
Huh? Someone's here? Fine. Wonder who it could be.
Why?
Food delivery? Oh, we weren't.
Oh my! You recognized my voice right away. And I could have sworn I sounded pretty convincing. Come on, don't just stand there in silence. Give me a hand.
Huh?
So, the head is a little smaller on the inside than it looks, which means, all right, I accidentally got stuck in it. Could you help me?
What a relief. I had no idea it would be so stuffy inside that costume. I nearly suffocated.
I'm gonna say this. That is the most cringe. Look, Remille Dan, I understand, but you don't have to use the bear outfit. Why? That animatronic bear terrifies me up at the city. It not to the point. I don't want to interact with it because it's 100% cringe. But I mean, I get it. She can't exactly go around Rose Califer. I get it. 100%. But why do you choose the weird, crazy, stupid animatronic bear off in the corner? You're right. No, you know what it is? Some dev actually thought it was a cute idea, not thinking, well, actually, Bang Boo are supposed to be amusing. I don't even know if the bear is a Bang Boo or worse. That's the one thing about Rose Califer. I like the flavor of it, but there's definitely some crap up here that. So, like, your choice between two activities. You either go talk to the dog at the newsstand, or you have to go eventually get collectibles from the bear vendor. Both are bad. It's more uncanny than dealing with like Five Nights at Freddy's, which I know you would love to play.
Right.
You really
As you
assume
say,
I'm a
first generation
zoomer,
White Hunter
like,
almost
thoroughly,
by a
I
mascot.
do, because it's
always.
funny.
Wait a second. Where'd you get that costume? Where's the real Mr. Roar? Him? Probably still wandering somewhere in a hollow as we speak.
The ironic thing is I've never actually played Five Nights at Freddy's.
No one really has. They well, actually, I say no one really has. People do, but we don't. By the way, the other
I've seen Zoomers play Five Nights at Freddy's. I just was never a participant.
you see the other part of Ramiel Dan. See, if you call Vivian a yandere, she's also a borderline psychopath. As long as we've known her.
Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?
Aren't all women
Actually,
psychopaths?
come with me. We gotta go and see
Not
them
really.
too.
See, I have to look up what type they made Ramiel Dan. Like, it's not like she's not as sweet as Serene. She's also she's almost very akin to the pink elf persona, but she has the outfit of Heresher of Human Ego. See, a lot of people who don't know HI3 should really people really at least see the cutscenes with that. It's like she's helpful, but she's mischievous at the same time because a lot of the theories about Well, she was known as a pink elf. That's why she's in. See, Ted. That's why she's in every MiHoYo game, every single one. She has like the. She's like, yeah, I just left the Mr. War running around a hollow. Yeah, that's a.
Why? I left him in his own shop, of course. Come now, I'm only teasing. This isn't Mr. Roar's
Hmm?
outfit. Did you truly think I'd toss someone into a hollow? Oh, you really have that little faith in me?
See, she does the cute persona, but she's also the murderer type. See, we're gonna find out about her eventually. See, she was in the pre-lore, so as I said, she's in the pre-lore.
Whose fault is that exactly? A certain someone never says anything straight, only speaks in half truths and riddles, then disappears halfway through.
Okay, I can relate to that. Speaking half truths and riddles. I actually do that. It's funny.
Think about your understanding. Everything you know. Have you ever heard of the word enchainer? Enchainer. Just as I thought. Helios never tells you anything that truly matters. But your teacher. Never mind.
See, here's something. There was something in a trailer where one of the people she was serving alongside that had it looked like a blade that looked like from it was like literally looked like a weapon from see we weren't sure what the enchainers were, but the enchainer reference I know I've heard it before in some other dialogue before, but it's racked my brain with science because the enchainer lore is the really early holified. She had to kill her friend and comrade that became an enchainer. And I actually thought it looks like a version of May. Well, we already have a version of May in the game, but it's Miyabi, which is weird. Like,
Let me think. To put it simply, think of them as emissaries of the Creator. Or rather, the true rulers of the Great Hollows.
So, have you went and seen the Odyssey yet, or nah?
yes, I need to do a review on that.
Emissaries of the
So you seen it?
Crown
How did you
Calypso's
like it?
eyes.
I have thoughts. I was supposed to do a stream on that Sunday. Things went awry. I have thoughts. And it's not the worst movie I've ever seen, but it's not the best. But is it a desecration of the historical document?
You mean from that time in Limian Hollow? The Creator's vessel. Bingo.
I don't know why they
Got
chose
it.
Christopher Nolan for that.
There's a lot of theories on Odyssey. There's a that is a mess.
Like, other than like the theory for me is like most likely just to he's the perfect person to make a quote unquote realistic Odyssey.
Mm, there's the
To
thing.
just
How close do you... No, there's a whole part of the Odyssey they haven't. So just get to this. But I actually want to get to base cuts so you can explore and go part of it. The vessel's creator and the... So they're saying that what's her face became Sarah became an enchainer. That's probably where I heard it. But what's interesting about the Limian Hollow is I am very much sometimes her names pronounced certainly good. Is that was an essence of Lady Sunbringer. there that was with the creator.
Still, while it bore some resemblance to an
It's
enchanter,
not an
it
enchainer.
still had quite a long way to go before it could truly become one. Of course, had you not stopped it back then and instead let it fully absorb the Qingming Sword's power, it likely would have fully evolved into the Enchanter of Lemnian Hollow.
And Lady Sunbringer, see, there was a hollow in the sky. Because if you're not familiar with the universe of this, sorry, ZZZ, theoretically, New Eridu is the only place left on Earth, and half the moon is covered in corruption. Basically, her team moved the Black Wall back the furthest it's ever been pushed, a couple of 100 miles or so. But there's a whole bunch of the first generation Void Hunters. Lady Sunbringer killed the main in the sky and created Rose Califer.
So it's literally just destiny.
I would say the more we learn about the lore, because well, actually, the lore.
The last city on Earth.
Well, no, technically, okay. So the rule of the Honkai universe is that the will of the Honkai will try to consume civilizations that become advanced. They will help a civilization advance, then they will eat them. So the various game universes were starting to learn the rules of it. So HI3 ended was always going to end with a Heresher of Finality eating the Earth, but Kiana made a deal with it, merging with it. It's actually a really good story because the will of the Honkai, but they eventually said the will of the Honkai wasn't what it was. Because you have to understand, all of the Honkai universe is tied together, like all the subplots of Neon Genesis Evangelion. That's actually from the creator himself. Every side story is part of the main story. Basically, all we are doing now is going through the bubble verse. Like, HSR just literally gave the entire timeline of the universe in 4.4. Which, if you haven't played it, you do play it. That is a theory. It's been long standing. Because if you look at Genshin, Genshin is on Teyvat, which is a simulation. The rest of the universe is destroyed outside of it. The universe at HSR had the swarm that was put away, and you're fighting destruction. Like, I think they're going to entirely screw up the Abyss narrative. But, like, this game goes off closer to the original Honkai Third Impact lore, where the Hollows try to corrupt and eat the world because they thought they had unlimited power. It's the closest we've come to actually having the original story. It sounds weird, but basically we've just been doing games in the Bubbleverse with the Imaginatory, which I'm waiting for the lore people in each of the games to figure out and go search the origin of the Imaginatory that's in the Sea of Quantum. Basically, in HSR, Aha went mad because he saw it. They've hinted that the will of the Honkai basically goes through every universe. This is just the universe where most of the Earth, half the moon, gets covered in the hollows. And basically, the first time you ever play it, Ted, I don't know if you remember, They hinted that there's four AIs. There's at least three or four AIs with at least three, with at least four giant, uh, the flower. I don't think you ever got to the person you bought the flower that far. Uh, there's bigger ones. There's like three to four great, at least four giant people we know of. Four giant ones. Because we haven't effectively killed the flower one. There's Geppetto, there's a couple. We've only seen them over the years. Basically, they're trying, and they're sentient. So, it's a weird lore because Genshin ultimately, Ted, is Gnostic in belief. It's a Gnostic belief system. This one we haven't quite learned what it's based upon. The moment we do, we'll kind of know. Basically, Ted, okay, tell you what, you'll know this. You know your Greek mythology, right? Because if you ever see a scene, the reason why we knew about Helios, do you know who Helios was in the lore? For the lore of the guy who went too close to the sun?
Yeah, you're talking about Greek lore.
Yup. He had a chariot. There's one specific. The reason why you're known as Phanon. Phanon is he thought he could go near the sun and take over the sky. That's why behind the video store, people have never known this for years. It was shown in the first trailer. It's been hinted at in the Vivian storyline for like at least 2 years. That the chariot was drawn by three horses, something like that. That's why there's a parking spots in the back of the store. The lore's been staring people in the face for the last 2 years. You wouldn't think it's that deep, but it is that deep. Until they revealed, oh, Pyros that looks like Mercury. You ever seen Ted? You've seen like the Greek. Have you ever seen what Hermes looks like depicted in lore? That's what Pyros looks like. Then there's also Helios. Helios is also a mythological reference too.
I would have gained
Yeah.
full dominion over the laws within Lemnian Hollow, whether that's miasma or anything else. Just
See, this is the
thinking about
lore
it,
that.
that would have been a tough battle.
See, she basically came through the window like a creeper, and basically this was the scene a week ago.
Enchainers? Chinging sword? Hang on. How did we end up talking about all this? Weren't we talking about Gerta Blulu?
We are, aren't we? This is a topic related to Gerta Blulu. The Gerta Blulu, as it stands now, is less of an enchainer and more akin to. Of all times. 1 week from now, in the morning, I'll keep it a secret, won't you? Imagine if anyone found out that Miss Transfer Student is actually a partner in crime to.
Huh? Wait, Remille!
Well, technically, she has the power to stop time. That's like if you ever see her character ability, she has the ability to freeze time, and no one knows.
I never took you for the type to keep score. It's on.
Yeah. I hold grudges. So what? You just walked off mid-conversation and left me here waiting in
Oh, don't be such a sour. Let's return to the topic we left unfinished that night.
Actually, Bash.
What exactly are Gerta Blulu and Bashmu? The answer is quite simple. They're both enchainer
Actually, Bashmu is kind of scary. It's like a giant world serpent in the sky. That shit is terrifying. It's like a giant one of these, think of the Chinese long dragons in the sky that just ate up
And
Kurtapulu.
you, the wanted fugitive who attempted to
Is this you trying to draw a line between us?
No, I was.
Belle, Blythe?
Was that? Oh,
Please pardon me. It's about something urgent, so I let myself.
hi.
Good morning. Are you.
Huh? Mr. Roar?
No, no, Lady Valina. I only stopped by to confirm this lovely order.
Ah, right. Billy's. No, wait. Cecia's birthday is coming up, so.
But this forgetful young lady forgot to. Looks like you two have serious business to handle. As for the flavor, Mr. Roar,
Maybe a little. Oh, right. What?
Yes, I do have a rather.
You want me to go to.
Yes, you must have heard already. Originally, Norma was supposed to attend as the technical expert.
Wait. Are you saying.
Not quite. Belle, I would like you and Wise to attend with me as the collaborator.
Nah.
Recommend. On top of that, since you arrived on our island a little earlier.
Got it. Wise went.
Oh, thank you for understanding.
There'll be a lot of important people at the tea party, right?
There's no need to be nervous. It.
Lady Linvern, thank you for inviting us.
Eldrado was the one who invited us. Anyway. Wow, here's lively.
That's
That was
awkward.
amazing. It was like magic. I could barely keep up.
So that was Sigrid. It's Clarice or Clarence. Her. See, definitely, I think she's coming up next after the first.
Relax, Mr. Owen. Even those of us in HSO don't work with stern faces every day. For a special occasion like this, we should all loosen up a little.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, thank goodness we were spared any major complications.
What happened just now?
Hardly. If I'm not mistaken, this little mishap is the handiwork of those little ones from the Enna gang.
Enna gang? Judging by the name.
Indeed. In Rose Califer, many small groups form spontaneously among bamboo. As for the bamboo there, they always say they're acting in the interest of Rose Califer and all bamboo.
Uh-huh. The more we learn about Rose Califer.
So, that's what you call doing the right thing for. At the same time, they.
And this is the second Sunbringer. So basically, this is the second Sunbringer, not the one over the one. This is the one over where Clarice is Roxy's territory.
Don't have bad intent. It's fine, it's fine. Indulging their wild ideas once in a while can count as a little.
Not everyone can handle their antics as effortlessly as you do, Lady Lindvern.
Lady Lindvern? That sounds.
Allow me to make a formal introduction. Belle.
Oh my, no need for the lady business. How many times have I said it? We're far past the point of formality. Then again, no matter how many times I say it, in all of Rose Califer, aside from Eldrada and Little Dristina, Claret's about the only one who doesn't treat me like their boss.
I'll learn her name eventually. That's Claria. So she'll. Roxy's the other one.
Not just anyone can be like Miss Claret and end up becoming Lady Lindvern's creditor.
All right, all right. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello, Belle. I am Lindvern, Director of Airspace Patrol. I've already heard a bit about you from Dracy in secret. I didn't expect you to uncover an important clue about the Bangbu corruption in. You're too kind, Lady Lindvern. I really didn't do all that much. Well, I'll be counting on you later, all right? Okay, I'll try to get used to it. What else? The troublesome parts of the tea party, of course. I'm terrible at occasions like this. All that stiff etiquette, the small talk, having to smile the whole time. Eldrada or Dracy should have attended, but Eldrada's been busy with who knows what lately, and Dracy's tied up with the CCD's singularity leakage, so I had no choice but to make an appearance.
See, they have a draconic appearance. But supposedly, we actually thought they were supposed to be the first dragon tyrants, but they're not. They're just artificial humans, or basically, though they do say they're intelligent constructs. Now, do I officially think this lore is going to get blown out of the water when we actually get her model? Because they look surprisingly human, or human-esque, for being they look very human.
Dealing with all that formality, just thinking about it is exhausting. So, I spoke with Valina.
Well, actually, Lady Lindvern was the one who insisted on asking you to come.
So, you haven't told her yet, Valina? Oh well, no matter. You look like the type who's good at socializing. I'll leave it to you, alright? At this point, I don't real the third Sunbringer, Lindvern of Airspace Patrol. I didn't expect her to be like this at all. And what she mentioned earlier, the singularity leakage at the CCD. Speaking of which, Lindvern, has the singularity leakage at the CCD still not been clear? Yeah, it seemed to have returned to normal at the time, but the surrounding area hasn't fully left its activated state. In other words, it's only dormant for now, and could flare up again nearby at any moment. I've already sent people to help handle it, but Tracy will probably be busy for a while yet. Once she's done, oh, right. Speaking of talking to people, don't forget to say hello to Claret later. Claret? That girl
Alright,
over there.
I'll be back in a
The
second.
blonde one with the expression that says, "You owe me 200 million Denny, so pay up before you even talk."
I'm going to call this now. The model we're going to get for Sunbringer is going to be really close, maybe to the original art, But it's gonna be her, be like one of the Kianas. Just let me look that up a second. I believe it was the Haresher of Flame Scion. She had bicolor eyes. It's gonna be Haresher of Flame Scion. I want to say it's. Let me see. Because she had 3 battle suits. And I have to remember which one it was. When she had. I know it, but top of my head. Now I may be thinking it's. Okay, no, it's a Void Drifter. Okay, yeah, it had. Okay, I thought it was one of Haresher of Flame Scion. But it's really damn close to, yeah, they call it the Void Drifter one.
She's the director of Flint Workshop and the current heir to the
Huh.
Flint family.
I just remember it from the other. She had a lot of different battle suits, but it's the same thing in the game. Hold on, I gotta remember to do something. I just wanted the views back on something and then I got it. It's very, very weird. Why? I'll take that. I'll take that. It's been seen by the appropriate people.
All the porcelain used during your treatment was produced at the workshop in Virium. I only returned from there with her yesterday. In a sense, she's your benefactor.
Also, because we learned, because of there was an in. We also learned part of the reason you're getting the porcelain treatment is because of an incident in the past at the Helios Academy that killed another student. So something's definitely been off. The suspicion is that the eye implants for the HDDs are Void Hunter weapons. Because when they light up, they have the Void Hunter sigil. The other half of it is, if we're going off the trailer, we're really actually going to start learning about Void Hunter weapons. Even though the Void Hunter weapons have been around a while.
The moment has finally come. Good luck, Belle. I believe you can survive this trial.
Wait, why do I feel like it's getting more dangerous by the second? No, Claret isn't that frightening. She's just a little earnest, that's all. If you're really worried, I'll teach you a little trick. Compliment her. Anything will do. Flattery does wonders.
Isn't a formal occasion.
So when I say she looks like Sissio mixed with Bernice, she's in the model. Because I think it's her assistant is Roxy. Roxy looks like Sickroos. Thegrid's design depresses me. It's criminal. The first time we actually get a Durandal, she's a horse. Yeah, I'm a little offended. The first time, she's modeled after Durandal's first suit. So technically, this is the first time we get to see her. So we think the rumor is depending on her move set, if we get to see it in the game for this one, she is going to be I have very firm if she's going to be fire. She's going to be fire. At least fire. I get to say that most times a day. It's late. Oh, I said that 100 times earlier. So she's going to be fire proficiency. And I 100% guarantee it. Now, here's the problem with all the variant Sunbringers. We're going to get one Sunbringer. We just don't know which one. See, Sigrid is next, but the reason I'll pass on Sigrid is I don't care for Sigrid. Sigrid's, look, her kit's ice, and I'm good on ice.
Isn't one of your favorite characters an ice character?
So that's my hobby. I'm good on ice. I have the octopus girl, and then I have my hobby. Yeah.
So, who are you? Another outsider? You've been staring at me for quite a while. Got something to say? Or is this some kind of new Eridu etiquette? Sorry, Miss Claret. I was just thinking how I should properly express my gratitude to you. Gratitude? Are you sure you've got the right person? Did I help you with something? Oh, wait, I get it. So you're the one Dracena and the others are trying to save.
But first impressions, if you see her in the original trailer, she's in the original trailer. That's how we all know the seven suits. There's always seven characters we always know we're gonna have. I don't see. I probably would pass on her too, but her and Roxy I'll pass on. But I know Phoenix because eventually we'll run into Phoenix.
Yes, that's me. Thank you very much for your help during my treatment. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Help? Funny, I don't remember doing anything like that. All I remember is someone sweet talking me into investing in some ridiculous long-term treatment project, then burning through at least 3 days worth of my workshop's porcelain output in a single day. As for how that turned out, that has nothing to do with you or that byproduct inside you. I'll go have a nice little chat with that innocent-faced little liar myself. Wow. Maybe I should try complimenting her just like Linvern. Is there anything else? I'm truly sorry. I never imagined my treatment would require so much porcelain. I know this is an incredibly rare and valuable material that only Flint Workshop can produce. I'll repay your kindness somehow. Good. At least you understand. Hey, wait, don't just bow all of a sudden. You don't need to be that formal just to thank me. Honestly, you. Fine, I'll let it slide since you're at least being reasonable about it. Drop by my workshop sometime. I'll personally take a look at that etheric other situation of yours. I ought to know what my family's porcelain ended up being used for, shouldn't I? Please don't worry, Miss Claret. I'll try my best to make up for your losses. All right.
Look, I don't look. See, look. Moment I knew, and this is how we know that Sunbringer's a Kiana. She has a Durandal, which Durandal is what original Kiana called herself, aka Kiana B. And then we get her. I mean, aesthetically, I just don't care for her. It's one of those things you have to just handle Durandals very well.
Well, here is my request. Most of the guests aboard this airship are scholars specializing in hollow technology. Compared to the warriors of airspace patrol, I
I see.
your understanding is appreciated. Today's tea party was a close call, but we came through safely. I hope this marks a good beginning.
You were pretty composed throughout too, Secret.
You are too kind.
It's like listening to another. It's like listening to kind of the a weird person fuck up Cortana. Because I know how you liked Cortana in the Halo TV show. You know, Ted, I know you did.
There's a YouTuber that
Fuck.
someone said that the YouTube that she looks like a YouTuber and it's like a guy or something
I
like
don't know. Unreal. People say Unreal 5 can, like, it can do amazing things.
Let us
But man, it
begin.
can also make stuff look like Uncanny Valley. They
yeah. Sergeant Johnson's that for me, 100%. The Cortana is not that bad in terms of like, yeah, she looks ugly as shit, but I feel like that was intentional, not like an uncanny valley thing.
And that's the same thing when MiHoYo uses character models. They try to make them unique to the game, but we all know who they're based on.
Hmm?
And that's what I said. She's based on Durandal's first form. And it's very disappointing they have her as a horse type. Which makes sense. She's a knight. I get it. This is one of those few games I tolerate the furries. One, tolerate is very, very mildly put.
Can
Because
we
actually,
agree that Cat Girl is furry coded?
what? Nikomata, the one you got? Fuck's sake. The first character I ever got was my first 5-star I ever got was the
Yeah.
angry little short chibi. God forbid.
It's good to see
That was the
content get
one
better.
I got. You got Nikomata. You got hard mode.
No, I didn't get Nekomata, I think.
I thought you
If
did
I
get.
did, I just never used.
You don't remember what your
Where's the
first.
C? I did ask, don't remember what I have.
So
I have installed.
the interesting part of the original lineup. And then everybody wanted Lycon. Jesus.
The last time I was here was just after we first arrived on the island. We
6th Street.
I
I
probably
believe
have
I
the.
have heard
I
of
don't
it.
know. We'll see.
Why isn't I run a
It's
video
almost
store there called
interesting
Random
just to
Prints?
see what
We
I
also
have.
live there.
You but you like the girl that looked like the character from Soul not Soul Hunters. What's the Reaper show that God, I forget you're not familiar with anime.
Soul Eater?
Soul Eater. There you
Come
go.
to think of it, the temporary
Hmm.
stall in front of Amber Hall
That's
is.
brutal. That shows ass.
That explains
What?
it.
Soul Eater? Oh, that's fighting words. You are terrible.
If you're interested,
Yeah,
Secret,
well, I know people
get a
like
membership
it
card
because
for our shop.
like
It's
I
really
mean my
handy for
dad
renting
liked it,
tapes,
so
and it works at the stall too.
So what do you say about Bleach?
Bleach is good.
Naruto.
Bleach is or Naruto is good and up until a certain point.
Then yeah,
Bleach ruined
Shippuden.
everything.
See, Shippuden's not terrible, but there's parts of it that are really bad.
No, Shippuden was good all the way up. Like Dry as Death was really good. it's that pain arc where he kills himself. That's where it starts losing me. And then I've heard what they did to Madara, so I never went beyond that.
I mean, I would say it's worse, and we don't talk about Boruto. I read Boruto hoping it's gonna be great, but no. And I know you were a Hunter fan.
Oh no, I'm not a I'm not a pedo pedo.
Say that. Please don't use that. Come on, Hunter's not that bad. It's just very mediocre.
I
Gee,
mean, the clown does stare at the children's asses.
why don't say that on my stream? I don't want you to get bad. God damn you.
I'm
You're
just
lucky
trying,
that
man.
you are lucky that my stream is like fucking made for adults. I don't have this shit. I just gotta pray to God. Like I flown too close to the sun long before now, and that's like the funny part. But nah, Hunter's just junk. It's like I file it where I file My Hero Academia. One Piece is entertaining to a point too.
Hmm.
I can't do
I
One
guess have
Piece.
a
That
word.
art style
Miss
is
Bell,
just
let us
ugh.
greet them.
Well, yeah, the man said he's gonna end One Piece about 5 years ago. No, he said after 1100 he was going to start winding down the story. Now he's 100 chapters in, 100 plus. Good luck to that.
I just don't like the art style. I think the art style's hideous and is like
Honored guests,
I don't know.
you have come a long way.
It makes me think of all those like that all. It makes me think of
I
all
am
those like
Sigrid
prune
de la
coated
Zero,
media
Deputy
where it's
Director
like
of
it's
the Rose
deliberately
Califer
ugly
Airspace Patrol
just to
Department.
challenge the
On behalf of
conventional
Rose Califer,
or the
I
conventional
extend my
senses of beauty.
sincerest
Hold that thought a
welcome to
second.
you all. This is Miss Bell, a holo navigation specialist referred to us by New Eridu City Administration.
You're too kind.
Greetings. I am Salvi, the interim leader of this expedition and a member of the. This is Professor Oakley's
Severin is
assistant,
supposed to come up here at
This
some
is Miss
point.
Truvia, daughter of Mr. Mossiant.
Huh? She. What did I
All right.
tell ya? We were
Now
always
that
gonna
I've
win this
forced
one.
an update, I can now
Icarus 2
see
points,
if
Bathan 0.
let's see. Load this bitch up.
I want to see this because this is the past. Because we're starting to learn about Helios Academy. Because Helios Academy was destroyed by one of the sacrifice hands. They really do sugarcoat, like they don't sugarcoat like Genshin does. Like I'm surprised with Natlon they do show harm and people dying, like they'll be in lunar that way.
I
And
think it was this email.
hmm,
If not, I'm making a second account by accident.
well, I'll just use the old Google one you have and make sure it was okay, one do
I'm
points.
hoping it's the Google. I have two Google accounts though, because when I was a kid, I didn't realize that my dad used my nickname, not my actual name.
Icarus 2 points. Phaethons 0.
So my secondary email is just my gaming
Nothing to brag
email.
about. Not satisfied? Fine then. Let's run it back tomorrow. Bring it on! We've got all the time in the world. I could go head to head with you for a lifetime. Looks like someone's gonna be losing for the rest of their life, huh?
The beginning of the 3.0 trailer, they showed two other students at the academy because people have been suspecting that the siblings in this game are not human. But the fact they also survived the explosion of the sacrifice hand is actually big as well.
Truvia, you. What did you just say?
I'm saying, what's that got to do with me?
And this is the destruction of Helios Academy.
Truvia,
See, just like Genshin, I want the explanation, some insight into Conria, crumbs we go off of. We've been living off the crumbs of Helios Academy that they pay off in very small details. Yet the core part of the event that caused the destruction of the capital was at Helios Academy.
You were the ones who were. Forget it. Let's just say goodbye here, Phaethon. I know I said goodbye, but I still hope that for the rest of this life, we never have to see each other again.
Good boy.
That really is Truvia. Why? Why is she here in Roscalifer? Did she already know Wise and I are here? No, she probably doesn't. Right, they just introduced her as the daughter of the High Ambitions Corp. Should I pretend I don't know her? Or... No, she seems to have noticed me too. Should I go say hi? Nah, forget it. When it comes down to it...
Belle, Miss Belle.
Yes, yes.
Miss Belle, Mr. Salvi just mentioned that since both you and Miss Truvia here are experts in hollow navigation, you should have quite a few topics in common.
Well, I'm not really an expert or anything. When it comes to specialized knowledge and technical skills, you'd really want to consult Miss Truvia for that.
You give me too much credit. Our group primarily researches civilian equipment and technology. I wouldn't call myself a specialist.
Why are two talented young folks like you being so modest? All right. Doesn't Miss Bell also have an older brother?
That's right.
Then it seems I recognize you correctly. To be honest, you and your siblings' names have come up several times in our institute's recent research logs. Naturally, I became curious and looked into it a bit. That's when I discovered Miss Bell and Miss Truvia. Not only do your research interests overlap, but you also share another connection. You both studied at Helios Academy, and around the same time, no less.
That's correct, Professor Salvi. Belle and I were both students at Helios Academy once. It's just, after the fall of the old capital, we never saw each other again.
Oh my, so it truly is as I suspected. Once we reach the
Mm.
tea party, I'm sure you two former classmates will have plenty to catch up on. Unlike an old man such as myself, at my age, there are hardly any classmates left to reunite with.
I suppose you're right. This Professor Salvi really knows how to put people on the spot. What do? Am I really going to spend the next few hours feeling this awkward? Somebody
It's gonna
help
be
me.
awkward because of other
I'd love
reasons.
for the chance to speak with Miss Bell a little longer, but the journey was rather rough, and I'm afraid I'm feeling a bit airsick. If I were to attend the tea party in this state, it would hardly be proper.
Sorry, Miss Truvia, that was our oversight. We did not account for a situation like this. Today's tea party is just a casual welcome we have put together for you all. You do not need to worry about a thing.
Bro, this is
We will be
updating
hosting a
forever.
proper formal reception for
Holy
everyone
shit.
down the line. If you are feeling a bit under the weather, how about having Miss Bell accompany you for a stroll in the nearby park so you can rest?
Huh?
Miss Truvia politely declined the tea party. She probably wants to catch up with her old classmate who she has not seen in ages. Miss Bell, too. She seems to have a lot to say to Miss Truvia. Yes, that must be it. Then allow me to lend you all a helping hand.
Since Deputy Director Sigrid has suggested it, Miss Bell, if you have no objections, I would be happy to accept.
Oh, why would I object?
It's very
I'd be happy
awkward.
to.
Rest assured, Miss Bell. Leave everything here to me. Please, take all the time you need to enjoy your walk with Miss Truvia.
I
She
mean,
will
learning.
explain the situation
The
to
more
you.
we learn about Helios Academy, because first chapter,
Right. We should get going too, Miss Truvia.
It's one of those parts of the day. Just remember your old email and you're all good. One thing you should never lose is your Google email. Bad things occur. Okay. Second. Me back. And the problem is, I think. Hey, it's my friend. I'm back to normal, so fuck. Occasionally I'll catch up, but everything right now comes back.
This really is beautiful.
Well, the old capital, everything does.
Honestly, I haven't really been here much myself.
That silver tree. It's not made of porcelain, is it? The nameplate really does say porcelain. I heard Rose Califer was the homeland of porcelain, but I never imagined they'd use it for public decoration.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Belle, you keep saying you aren't that familiar with this place, but you always seem to have an answer for all my questions. I've heard the porcelain veins in Buastrum are also essential to the computation of Rosetta data. How much? Really? Or could it be that this touches on Rose Califer's secrets you can't exactly share with someone from Tops like me? Next,
I'm sorry, Truvia.
it's all right, Belle. Come on, let's see what's up. There's so many people over there.
Yeah, there's a fountain over there. It's where Bangbu hold events sometimes.
It looks rather interesting. It's so cool here, and the breeze is. Thank you. I'm feeling much better now. This flight was way longer than expected, and I ran out of motion sickness medicine halfway through. It's much better than it was back then. Otherwise, Father never would have allowed me to come to Rose Califer. Thank you for your concern. My father may be getting on in years, but he's in good health. He still handles many matters personally.
That wasn't really what I meant. Marciant has always had high expectations for Truvia and the others, especially after that incident. If I remember correctly, that was around the time Truvia started to.
What's wrong? All right, then. There seems to be a large structure up ahead. Is that a chessboard?
should totally. Well then, let me. What about you, Truvia? All these years, have you been doing well? I guess I'm doing all right. Over the years, with my father's assistance, I've continued my research on hollow communication. Back in the day, as one of the primary investors behind Helios Academy, High Ambitions actually retained a small portion of the related research. My father plans to adapt the technology for commercial civilian use. Fortunately, that's something I can help with. What Trovia means is High Ambitions Corp. Does she go in and out of hollows as much as I do? If so, what's the condition of her ocular implants? Oscient, High Ambitions Corp. Do they even know that Helios never actually resolved the hidden dangers behind this power back then? No, I need to make things clear. Truvia, are you still using the ocular implants Helios Academy put in us? As fellow hollow navigation specialists, I think we both already know the answer to that question, don't we? Of course, I'm not trying to point fingers, and I have no intention of judging the choices you've made. But for me, I don't want this power to go to waste, and I don't want the memories tied to it to be forgotten along with it. Truvia, you've got it wrong. That's not what I meant. That incident back then, Helios Academy never fully resolved it. And not long ago, my ocular implants started acting up again. Enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. I want to hold on to those memories, but that doesn't mean I want you dragging me back to that day. I don't want today, this day of our reunion, to become the continuation of that day. Sorry. It's okay. That's all in the past now. And childhood, it's nothing more than the briefest chapter in our long, drawn-out lives. Compared to the present and the future, it's insignificant, and not really worth you and me bringing up over and over again.
Belle, Truvia, I knew you two would be here.
Wise, what are you...
We were heading back after shopping when we passed by Cup a Moment just as the tea party was wrapping up. Sigrid mentioned you'd come out here with an old classmate, so I figured I'd swing by and I never would have guessed it'd be Truvia.
That was cold, Wise. When your sister saw me, she was a lot more excited. I'd love to stick around and chat longer, but I'd rather not put myself through trying to keep up with you two chatterboxes at the same... Now that the tea party's over, I should head back to the place the ESD arranged for us before my companions start worrying. Wise, Belle, I'm really glad we got to see each other again here in Roskilde. No need to walk me back. I've checked the map, so I should be able to find my way.
Did something happen? When I got here, things felt...
Sorry, Wise. I got ahead of myself. I should have thought it through before bringing up the ocular...
It's okay. You meant well. The power inside us. We don't know how much Truvia understands it. But if anything goes wrong, we're going to have a serious problem. But there's no way to talk about this without bringing up Sir Pico. Oh, it's a message from Norma. She said all of Toby's memory data has been fully restored, and there's something important she... All right. Something important. Might be a clue to the real culprit.
Come on, let's hurry and find Norma.
You know, The worst part about a lot of the lore that we don't get from the Academy is the Academy had advanced technology. That's what people don't understand. Like, if you actually look at the lore, Helios Academy, like, we learn about the teacher, like, in the beginning. You get the photo of the teacher in Wi-Fi, supposedly. There's an ethereal trace of the teacher, multiple, and even by then, because you get after the incident with Bringer and the sacrifice incident at the end of year one, you learn it. Now, the end of year two, you have the photo that was in Wi-Fi. That's that we get in Wi-Fi. Now, the idea is they've been slowly explaining Helios Academy. Like, we know Helios Academy was destroyed by a sacrifice hand. That is very similar to what Bringer turned into. Now, we also know the creator had something involved. We've actually seen parts of it, like the monument. Now, 3.0 established that because the Serpico incident, couldn't remember the name earlier, Serpico got killed in one of the incidents that the ocular implants, and it required Porceloid for the main character to absorb Porceloid. That, and I mean, they don't exchange it. That's why the blood turned gold. Like, if you think back to the one in Wi-Fi, when you see like the body, it's like glowing blood, or like glowing marks on the skin. That's Pyros. That's where you have to think about it. It's always been like an alternate version of yourself. Now, I don't think it's just anybody with the ocular implants has that. Because I long suspected that even Tops. Now, the weird part about Tops is the ultimate villains. Most of the people that work at Tops, not all of them, but a certain council of them, are evil. We know they are. Like, they have the evil version of Barry that tried to hijack the system in the video store. They're the ones who say, well, it's always sacrifice, but they are after Rose Caleb. Like, there's this subtle brief moment, and then there's more. Because the fact that, see, they introduced Truvia. Serpico, I guess, was related to her or her friend that got killed in the incident. But there's also, she was friends right through, because they actually gloss over that in the previous chapter, which it's like dumping on there that because your other self went insane and actually killed someone, that's kind of like when you first meet Remille Dan, the thing that awakens, which is Pyros, or basically that version, the Holofight thing, is actually Ramiel's weapon. Ramiel's weapon actually awakens that. And I'm waiting to see if there's a payoff. Because they're going to hint that Void, see, there's something in the trailer that was in the pre-story. They don't tell the truth about the Void Hunter weapons. Some of the Void Hunter weapons are older, but most of them are sword. The Qingming sword predates to a point. But there are Void Hunter weapons are created for Void Hunters but the Qingming sword is different. But Ramiel's weapon was stored away in a hollow. That's what we found. That's actually what caused people to go crazy. Now, the interesting part is Ramiel knows more than she lets on. But I think it's gonna she's gonna be the MacGuffin for it. But something is going to happen. If it doesn't happen in this chapter, it's gonna start in this chapter. Now, I'm assuming that the climax, if it's per usual, it's gonna be in 3 or 4. So far, we're only getting 8 months before they cycle to the next year. We don't go to zeros anymore. So it's probably going to end at 8 again. It's probably going to cycle back over. It's going to be, so if they give or take, let's say 8, they have about three chapters to explain it. And then there'll be an epilogue. Because I'll be very curious, because it's not like they didn't drop the Ramiel lore. Because the first time we saw her was during the Bang Boo games. Because the skin that you see, because the outfit that you see here, isn't it? There's one that looks like this, but she has the mask, which you can have both because that's when you first run into her. The interesting part is where when you first see her, now technically I need to get this outfit eventually. So, strangely enough, this one. May get this one eventually, but look, I'm not too much of a drip person. The trick about it is that if it's the case that people have known about Rose, it's not that they know about Rose Califer. They know that. I think it's like the worst kept secret no one's just talked about over the years. Because, okay, whenever MiHoYo hints at something like hard in a game and never mentions it, like over anything, that's usually a key detail. Usually it is. It's very much the case of you very much need to look over there. Because that's how I remember the lore of the Enchainer. Like the idea of the Enchainer, if it comes from the Limian Hollow incident with the creator thing, that's very different. Because that's like, I guess Sarah was becoming a larva that, I guess we're going to call it the larva Enchainer. But, that being said, the idea is going to be interesting. Because it's not like there's new classifications of hollow. It's like we always learn about it. Which is, I would say, stranger than. It's just when they're going to pay off the story. Because my problem with 3.0 was they don't try to pay off. Like, I think one of the biggest problems I saw with 3.0 was it opened up one too many mysteries. And to me, it makes the storytelling hard. They didn't want to give any. I think they didn't want to give any details. They didn't want to give any particular details at all. And it's not that they want to play secret squirrel with the story. It's like what I say with it's like my issue with Genshin and towards part of Natlon. It's a big explanation dump of certain events, or like it gives you nuggets of details, but they're all tucked away in like chapters. It's like I just got done with the final chapter of Natlon, and I'm right at the prelude to Nodcry. You had the lore on the Shades, you had the lore on the Dragon War, you had about a bunch of stuff shoved in, but there's no payoff even about on half of it a year later. And it's not like it's junk thrown away. This game at least tries to start a chapter, clean in the chapter. That's like right up until you get like a couple of Easter eggs every now and then. Like, how do we know her companions are alive? There's a man with a giant a sword that's like a claymore, wielded by the giant robot that was helped steal and push back the black wall. That's who appears, sorry, over Sarah's body when she's collapsed under rubble in one of the chapters last season. We know that the one that invented holodiving is alive inside one of the hollows. He's been alive for forever. He's just there. That's the one with the knives on his chest and the mask. He's the one who invented hollow navigation, which is strange. But Remille Dan's the first one we get. We know about Miyabi's family's one of the originals. They were shown back. Which is really strange that it's weird we learn more about prehistory lore like every so often. We basically learn about it in the weirdest sense at some points. And it's not that I'm not quite certain. Like, if Genshin is going to take 8 years to get to the main end, it depends on how long that they think that this game is going to go. Like, it's going to go a while. But the problem is you can't really have filler. It's like I would argue, and this is the issue with chapter 1 of this. They really always try about 8 to end the seasons. Okay? But everything is usually wound down by at least 4 or 5. So by the time you get 4 months in, you have the story pretty much done. At least a good basis of what was meant to be accomplished. The first chapter of Rose Califer is so vague. It added more mystery by the end, because you don't go around explaining the void tear that appeared inside of the office. There was a man that appeared through it. I'd be curious if the payoff on that occurs. But there are 3 Sunbringers. I mean, that got confirmed in one of the early trailers, but I don't see them throwing away Sunbringer. We've had, approximately 3 years of lore. God, I'm starting to get allergies based on the other. The rough idea is 3 years of like pre-lore about and it's kind of gonna be really bad if they just go by chapter 3 or 4. Oh, this is Sunbringers. Something happened. Because you gotta remember, Sunbringer. I think the price Sunbringer paid to become one with the creator is more important part of the deal that anyone basically knows. Because I think it's that Sunbringer, and basically it's not a Faustian bargain. It's not like the one. She got unlimited knowledge. She got, you could say. God. I have 2 cats. Well, actually, more, but my cat's a big cat. I want to know how all of these cats in this universe, I swear to God, are fatter than shit. That's just morbidly obese, okay? Ugh, good lord. Like, I can't even imagine. That's not furry. That cat's just. Well, my cat's about 15 pounds, but he's like the size of my keyboard. Not bigger. Like, the problem is all these cats are just. Something are oversized. Like, that's like a normal sized domestic short hair. Like, it's kind of strange. Like, I swear, like, they think these cats grow to be like, that's just obese. There's not even, like, that's you just fed cats, like, the worst food in the magic. So I'll mute myself and get through this one.
What took you two so long? Norma, did you find anything in Toby's memories? Any clues about the culprit? What exactly did they do to those Bangbu? Wow, slow down! Your expectations are
something about getting Toby into some kind of machine. If we can find that machine, we might be able to track him down.
Wise, that's it. If we can find that machine, we can follow the trail straight to the culprit. But where do we even start looking? Huh? Norma, over here. On the wall. You got it.
Huh. It looks like graffiti, but not the random kind. It seems...
Wait. Isn't that the symbol of the Enna Gang? The Enna Gang? I didn't expect this to be Enna Gang turf. Wise, Belle, do you know anything about them? I ran into them at the welcome tea party today. Thankfully, it was just a few harmless pranks. Nothing serious. Oh, again? Those little guys sure have... But how did they end up getting involved with the culprit? It's also possible that the culprit just happened to be on Enna Gang turf. I've heard the Enna Gang is an organization that really cares about bamboo rights. They shouldn't be colluding with humans who
Looks like the only way to find out is to check out the Enna Gang's turf ourselves. Norma, do you know where we should start looking?
To be really honest, this is a strange story. By the way, if the volume's off on this, let me know. I gotta recheck all the settings because OBS probably screwed it all up to high hell. Gotta check all levels again. It's gonna be terrible. Because if I don't check the levels, it's just gonna be totally stupid.
Clink Market. The Bamboo have their own little market, right on Gear. Oh, right. They've been doing road work around there for a while. Probably haven't been there yet, huh? Gear Street is where the Bamboo hang out. It's packed with facilities catering specifically. Some people even call
New
it
area.
Same place, different names. As for bottle caps, I don't know if you've noticed, but the Bamboo and Rose Califer are absolutely obsessed with collecting all kinds of bottle caps. They've basically become hard currency at this point. More useful.
So basically, if we want to go collect intelligence from the Bamboo, we'll need to have some bottle caps ready.
I'm here, Wise. Belle, check it out. Are these bottle caps enough? Cecilia? Are you secretly a Bamboo or something? Where'd you get all these bottle caps? What are you even talking about? I brought these myself. Before coming to Rose Califer, I was worried there wouldn't be anything good to eat, so I stuffed a ton of snacks and drinks into my luggage. And then, things have been crazy lately with one emergency after another. I forgot to take out the trash in my room, and then Anyway, the bottle caps you wanted, I found them for ya. Never thought the day would come when I'd be grateful that Cecilia never bothered to take out the trash.
You know what makes her adorable? This is what makes her an absolutely adorable character. She is written, sometimes she is cringe, to a degree. You first meet her, she's some sort of food glutton. Then again, it's cloaked with very, very, very tragic backstory. It's tied to Pamela's story. She's actually a really good character, like, to play with. Like, she's one of those ones she's gonna stand the test of time. But character wise, when you see her in the story, she's like some aloof, blonde, kind of bimbo-ish. But like character wise, she plays parts in the role because she got brought over to Rose Califer as a house pet in a registry. It's actually funny. But like when you're first introduced to her, because she's the assistant under Severin, which we're gonna get. That's Seth's brother, by the way. We know he's gonna be in, because I'll be kind of curious, because at least he's Severin. People think Severin's gonna be electric, which it could be. It could be ice too, but I'm not sure. Really depends on the team. It's like if you look where they alight. But he's supposed to be Rose Califer. She actually is a glutton, but it's really funny. That's why like a lot of the stuff is. Like my friend jokes she's a food fetish person. Like it's weird. She just has a high metabolism and always eats. The irony I like in her character design is the white snake that she has around her neck. It's very much reminiscent of the character in Genshin. It's in the Doctor.
But what do you guys need so many bottle caps for? Feeding your Bingboo?
Oh, and the fun fact about that snake is it's supposed to give him the power to like basically heal. Like even though we have him, but comes at a use of his life energy to a degree. What's funny is a reference for this game.
What are we waiting for? I'll sit this one out. With someone from the ESD tagging along, I doubt you'd get anyone to talk.
See, Norma is very much. After thinking about it for a while, she's Teresa Cody from HI3. Basically, chibi size, but no, that's what I mean by that. In HI3, she's like. She's one of the most powerful characters by lore for a bit. But she's like 5 feet tall. But she's a 30-year-old adult. She's basically has like, by all rights, a short. Like she's a. I hate to use the term like dwarf, right? So like, she's considered super. Like she is not tall. But even like by the lore, if she's 5 feet tall, I would be shocked. But like very wise. Like she actually kind of plays the same way too, which is weird. Like I like the way she plays. In a way, I just don't need her right now. Norma's cool, but like if it comes up in a rerun, I might get her. And there's nothing else planned. She's actually good.
I marked Gear Street on the map for you. All right, let's go. We'll catch you later, Norma.
That's kind of the thing. But same reason, we always get a new map. We always will get a new map. We'll get another one. Now,
Seems to be located.
now we have to go back to the other.
I have planned a route for you, Doctor.
Oh, that could have been bad. That could have been really bad. Set my coffee cup tipped over right next to the thing. That's not good. So, off. You know, that's the current constant task we're going to be doing. It's like you go around, you do the things, and find stuff. That's like in Genshin, the stupid little things you always interact with that keep up. And it's just additional, it's like additional things. Keeps it active.
Master, we have arrived at the target location, Gear Street.
Really. That's funny. That is really funny. To be honest, they're kind of doing the lore a little bit too. Not much, but they go to the extreme.
So this is Gear Street.
Weird.
Our target destination is Clink Market. Well, based on my extensive experience solving cases as a public security officer, over there! That red mailbox. That one. The little door next to it looks extremely suspicious.
The weird part about it is, she's a ditzy blonde. She is portrayed as 100% a ditzy blonde. And I don't know why, but she's also. It's weird. Like, story wise, like, I feel like the one thing where it gets strange, it's not like the patch you get her in. You get, actually funny, a lot of people passed on Carmelo to her. Like, she's good because I think a lot of people are like, yeah, that's why a lot of people have Yuzaha, but they don't have the other one because they don't have her. Now, reality is, I just the dialogue for her kills me. The absolute dialogue is what drives me insane. I never get used to it. Now, she's not. She is less obnoxious than Billy. Billy is basically an annoying thing too, but I hate him like that. Side.
Look completely ordinary, but did you notice that bamboo by the door? That does seem
Now I think we'll get Fox. Cat. There's like a lot of.
Welcome to the Fuzzy Wrench. Interested in our signature package?
Okay, game. That's just weird. Uh, I'm over here. You get a lot of achievements done. You actually go through these. But a lot of the things is just open exploration in this one. Huh. Oh man, back to where I started. You get the courtesy ones out of the way, and then you find it. A lot of these, if you do, it's just that.
I want to visit Clink Market and pick up something for my bamboo back home. Yeah, this store is way too small. But at least I found the right place. How am I supposed to get in? I've got it. EOS! Alright, that should do it. Let's go in and take a look. Would you look at that? There really is a whole...
Really? Got a cluster from the one. Stupid. Oh, I just read that one. Oh, God.
No response. What's going on? huge space beneath Buastrum. So this is the Retroflux Zone. From the structure and the name, this has to be Buastrum's water circulation system. According to the guard, if we keep going a little...
Master, I suggest taking the elevator ahead to reach your destination.
Who would have thought there were still bamboo living beneath the city?
I like the little controls here.
If I can hit that switch.
It goes between puzzles and everything else.
I think I hear something nearby.
And looks like people who... Oh, there we are.
Whoa, this circuit box. No wonder the elevator broke down.
Ooh.
Okay, that should do it.
There's probably multiple answers to that, but...
The Enna gang's bamboo keep. Could it be a clue about the perpetrator? Or maybe.
Check something really quick. I just heard a very bad sound. Call it a bad sound, but that just means something's not doing what it's supposed to. Something with audio. It happens when something is functioning in the background. It shouldn't be. See, this is gonna be slow as all hell.
What is the connection between the revelation and the culprit? It's still bothering me.
Really? Cough. See. What? What is this? It's not a cannon. That looks like the...
Master, based on a rough
That's way too precise.
I mean, can I go over there without stepping on the box? Nope. So I'm supposed to get the bot out of there and then go over there.
So this is Prophet Boo, the oldest Bang Boo of the Enna gang. This revelation thing, I don't even know what it is. What am I supposed to say?
Apologies, Master. No relevant data found regarding the Enna Gang's revelation.
Oh? Is that so? Then come on in.
Oh god.
The Great One. Could that be the culprit?
Oh.
That voice sounds weirdly familiar.
Shit. Okay, cute, adorable, funny.
Oh yeah, she's up to no good. She is the partner in crime of a fugitive like me, after all.
Answer me, Remille. Why are you here? And what are you doing with the Enna gang?
Oh my, that is a curious question.
Oh boy. Let's see the next, the other part. See, I think her link to Rose Califer is a lot deeper than people give credit. Because it's gonna, I believe, it's gonna be a very decent. Now, it's probably gonna come out that they said she killed or did something with the Lady Sunbringer, but I don't think she did.
Barging into someone else's home uninvited, then starting with, "Why are you here?" Yes? Haven't I mentioned before? This is the proxy from the External Strategy Department.
Oh boy.
Huh?
A little too talkative, aren't we, Griff? two of us now, my charming little Bangbu. I must say, I didn't expect you to have such a practical, yet rather adorable, little skill. You haven't used this, little trick for anything mischievous, have you?
I feel like you're imagining something really weird. Wait, how did you manage to get me off track again? If I remember correctly, in our Q&A game, it's my turn to...
Sure. What would you like to know this?
Why are you on the Enna Gang's turf? And why do all the Bangbu here seem to respect you so much?
My, you really should listen when people are talking, Miss Impatient. Didn't I already tell you? This is my home. What's strange about finding me in my own home?
So, you're the real leader of the Enna Gang?
What are you talking about? The leader of the Enna Gang is Griff, the one who brought you in just now. Me? I'm only a poor soul they took in recently, that's all.
But don't the Enna Gang's Bangbu hate humans?
Because the Bangbu they call Prophet Boo saw me once, long ago. It must have been over 100 years ago. I never imagined a Bangbu could live that long. In his eyes, I'm still the Void Hunter, and a friend of their mother, Lady Sunbringer, the person they hold most dear.
But that makes even less sense. Weren't you wanted because you tried to assassinate Lady Sunbringer and failed? In which case...
Oh, that part's simple, because as far as the Enna Gang understands it, the three Sunbringers now governing Rose Califer, they're all imposters.
What did you say? The three Lady Sunbringers we have now, even if they're not exactly as they once were...
Who knows? At the very least, the Enna Gang Bangbu don't see it that way. They believe only in the revelation they saw. And to them, it's proof that the true Lady Sunbringer is calling out for help.
The revelation they saw.
How should I know? I'm not a Bangbu, but I've heard this so-called revelation is a vision that occasionally appears to Databoo while they're processing Rosetta data. The true Lady Sunbringer, imprisoned in endless darkness.
Huh? Wait, hold on. The real Lady Sunbringer is imprisoned? By whom? No, that can't be right. There's no way any...
Sorry, I've got no idea either. All right, Miss Curious. I've answered quite a few of your questions already.
What?
No need to be so nervous. My question is the same as yours. Why are you here, my dear Proxy?
Remember Toby? The Bangbu we rescued from Gertablulu? I managed to restore some of Toby's memories. He was kidnapped, and the place where it happened had Enna Gang graffiti.
I see. So singularity leakage, the culprit behind the Bangbu case, the Enna Gang,
What is it, Remille?
No, it's nothing. How about I do you a little I can step in as Lady Remille of the Enna Gang. Put in a good word for you, and have the Enna Gang Bangbu assist you in locating this,
Really? That'd be wait. There's a catch, isn't there? No, knowing you, of course there is. All right, out with it. What are you plotting this time?
Wow, Miss Detective. Isn't that a little much? I told you my condition ages ago, and if I'm not mistaken, Gertablulu and the culprit you're after may and...
Not this again. Enough with the riddles.
Very well. I'll try to restrain myself. A riddle keeps the uninvolved. In the end, a riddle is simply what truth looks like when the people involved don't all have the same information.
You know what? You know, every time I play, I really need to just. I need to remember to just kill, like, not kill the thing, but I need to. But I need to turn off the notification system and Battle.net for real. Drives me nuts. It's always very off-putting.
But enough philosophy. Let's ask Griff about. Griff's good at rallying people. He'll definitely be able to help.
I hope this works out.
Weird. Oh, idiot. Oh, that's not it either. Actually. Oh, that's. There's no.
Just as I'd expect from you, Griff. Quick and efficient. Don't worry, Griff.
Huh? Remille? You're coming too?
Hmm? Wasn't that our agreement?
Something's not right.
This is one of those moments when overthinking won't decides. Rather than those short little arms and legs won't.
Got it. I'll be right there.
Gets weirder and weirder.
So, you've confirmed that the place where Toby was kidnapped, what she said. In a Q&A game, the one answering can't lie. But that doesn't mean they have to tell the whole truth. For starters, we still don't know why she tried to assassinate Lady Sun.
Yeah. Back in the Retroflex zone, I actually thought about asking her why she tried to assassinate Lady Sunbringer. As for what she's really after, well...
Toby's kidnapping, the recurring singularity leakages, Gerta Blulu.
Yeah. Looks like the only way we're getting any real answers is...
Billy and Cecilia should both be resting in their rooms.
No need. I can handle it myself. Too many people. Besides, with Pyrois and Remille there, I think we'll...
Okay. Stay alert.
Target located. Optimal route planned.
All right, let's move.
Forget your troubles and let time.
Approaching the target location. Navigation complete.
Pardon me. Is something troubling you? You Huh?
Sigrid? Didn't expect to see you here. What's going on?
Greetings, Miss Bell. While on patrol, I came across this Bangbu citizen. He appeared to be in some waiting for someone.
This Bangbu is... I've got to think of something before he gives himself a... Sigrid,
I see. Citizen, the one you await is Mr. Gaboo. Is that right?
Mr. Gaboo?
I do not know. But we must stay here. We must wait for Mr. Gaboo. Perhaps today. Perhaps tomorrow.
Huh?
Oh, it's a line from the famous play, Awaiting... Are you not an actor from Spotlight Theater? But the line you just quoted... wait. In the script of Awaiting Gaboo, there is no phone booth, no spot. He must have immersed himself in the role for so long that he is still mentally in character. I ought not disturb his rehearsal. My apologies, Mr. Actor.
These two? How are they even having a conversation right? If she finds out where Remille is...
Well then, now that the misunderstanding had...
We're literally supposed to just... It can get weird quickly. That's gonna turn weird quick. Great.
Well, it's about time you showed up. Still, I have... Fair enough. All right. The entrance is this way. Griff is already waiting for us.
Really? Then I guess that's the exit up. But you can't get past that door.
Here we are. Just like the energy hub I visited before. The lingering ether here isn't normal. In other words, there's probably an... Hey, that tickles.
Why? To bring a certain someone back from her own little world, of course. Oh my. Are you upset? Then how about this? There. Now we're
The lingering ether in this area, its concentration and activity are normal. And, in other words, if we keep going deeper, as we keep moving deeper, we'll need to avoid singularity leakages. I'm pretty dang confident in my proxy skills, so we should be just fine.
I'm listening.
I already finished, Miss Absent-Minded
My apologies, but I did hear everything you said. Relax. I'll follow your lead. I'll leave the route planning to you. Oh, great Ethan.
Mind using a different title? Oh, great wanted void hunter?
I swear, you're always way more demanding of me than anyone else.
Hi. I did not know.
Something's off with these mechs. These abandoned mechs. They've probably been affected by a singularity leakage.
Let's give them a moment to cool down. So predictable. You will be disappointed. Nothing to it. Wind shear.
Ugh.
Done. Let's keep moving.
The ether activity nearby is acting up. Could it be a singularity leakage?
It's gonna say she's trapped in the hollow below. I 100% guarantee if the prophecy is she's trapped in the hollow below, that's gonna definitely...
Remille, how's it going on your end?
Time to escape. These enemies are far too strong. I couldn't possibly defeat them.
Abandoned mech beats first generation void hunter. Yeah, that'd make a pretty wild headline.
Speaking of which, your combat skills are improving rather slowly, aren't they?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good for someone who's always been the brains of the party. Let's slow down a bit.
we're here, let's finish this quickly.
All right, let's go, Pyrois.
Hear the howling wind. Duel. Time to end it. Who said it? My turn. A single moment can become eternity.
There's also something that
But don't fret. Always can be.
they hinted at. It's in the marketing, which I know it's important.
All right. The enemies are done. Let's keep moving.
It's the prophecy. It's just a very weird thing, and it's not just put out for no reason.
And after all that, we still ended up entering the singularity leakage. Remiel, didn't we agree? Follow my directions.
Sorry.
I'm not like you, Remiel. You were right. When it comes to combat skills, I really haven't improved much. They've mostly just been That's why I've been trying to stay away from those dangerous singularity leakages. At the very least, I don't.
If you ask me, you're being far too hard on yourself. The proxies I've known, well, there haven't been many. But among them, the only ones capable of entering a hollow and fighting in person. What was it you all ended up calling him again? Ah, right. The predecessor.
Joyous is the other one I couldn't think of. Joyous is currently inside he's living inside of a hollow. He's one that's gonna be easy to forget till we actually start getting lore on him.
Look at it this way. You're already enough of a legend to stand shoulder to shoulder with the It's not such a stretch. He's your complete opposite. Always convinced he can handle anything. Yet the moment a real fight begins, he's the first one flat on the ground. And you're the sort of person who's already doing well, yet still quietly tells themselves it isn't enough. For a beginner, your combat skills, I know many of your friends excel in combat. But don't forget, your proxy. There are many things only you can. As for the things you can't do alone, I believe you're. Oh my.
Thank you
for sharing a bit of old gossip about Joyous, of course. There aren't many people in this world.
Remiel.
Now that you're feeling a little better, it's time we kept moving. The crime scene you're looking for should be just below us. As for finding a way through the singularity leakage, I'll leave that to you.
Wait, who's being difficult here, Remiel?
Yes.
Most unlikely partnership ever. I wonder why my exploration team is this.
I'll leave the fighting to you, Remiel.
As you say, Miss Proxy.
Doesn't it seem like there's more and more enemies around here?
This hardly counts as a lineup. Shall we draw? By me. Feels like we're really starting to get in sync, Miss Proxy. The wind.
If I push just a little harder, I can totally keep up with you.
I still don't. That's not what I don't understand. That it's like, look, like Traveler is good, right? Let's say Traveler and Genshin's different. It's something you're using.
Finally, it's over.
This is something to get used to.
Your stamina is just short of a passing grade, Miss Proxy.
There it is. That's the place from Toby's memory.
Okay.
Whoa. Strong ether activity response.
Master, I'm picking up ether activity similar to that of Toby.
So the culprit used this mech to hurt Toby.
Scatter.
Danielle, you can't smash it to pieces. It has clues tied to the culprit.
Kinda shocked? That's asking a great deal. Fine. Understood. I saw that. Don't get scorched.
Wind shear. Try your weapon.
Unruly rat. You bring this to your feet. I know exactly why I chose you to spread my wings.
Eh. So strange.
Data cross-reference complete. Master, your current location matches Toby's memory record with a 99.73%.
Looks like the culprit's long gone by now. Let's check out that...
Then I'll rest nearby for a bit.
Sure, no problem. Just as I thought. The culprit used this mech to implant potent ether into the bang... And there's something else. I'm seeing traces of a virus inside the bamboo. Was the culprit trying to control them remotely and make them commit...
Best be quick, Miss Proxy. I damaged that mech's ether battery during the fights.
Huh? Why didn't you mention that sooner? A video? No. It looks like a photo. How is that possible?
Oh.
Why is he here? No, that's not possible. He should have... Serpico? How could Serpico be here?
Huh? That image that flashed by just now.
I'm not sure. This mech's data is way too corrupted. Fairy, can you...
Understood, Master.
Serpico? No, it can't be him. It's just someone who looks like him. It's probably because I saw Truvia earlier. That's why Serpico came to... But what if? What if that really is Serpico?
You look pale, Miss Proxy. If we've gathered enough information, let's head back, Miss Proxy.
Oh, I'm fine.
Belle, stay away from that mech.
Explosive device is
So close. Gotta figure this out. Wait! A clue! What did you do?
What did you do? You have a death wish or something? Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Not good.
What is this?
That symbol's different.
These are...
They are the ones who once again defeated the enemy and brought new hope to Eridu.
So yeah, this is like the one, because the one that turned into it in Shaner is the one there.
Belly, this commendation ceremony has far too many steps. Like,
everyone is watching.
if you're going to be so proper about it.
Please welcome Colonel Vike and Lieutenant Colonel
Yeah, Colonel Vike.
Guard of Staves to the stage.
Oh wait, why?
person beside her is also one of the first-generation Void Hunters. The Colonel of the Guard of Staves, Heliora Vike.
Now, I will say, if we go by the Enchainer trailer, Valiora Vike is dead. From the short.
That is all I wish to add regarding the experiment. Professor Archie should have already gone over the rest with you.
That's a good name to remember. Professor Archie is said to have disappeared. He was the head of Helios Academy. Technically, he doesn't have a head. He looks like a inferno. This guy had like a headless horseman. He's in the trailer. If you ever look up the first generation Void Hunters, he's there. He was supposedly inventing Void Hunter weapons and a bunch of other things. Because he's in the lore as part of Lady Sunbringer as well. Because he is shown as one of the 7 Void Hunters. Now, Vike, I guess they're saying Vike died as an Enchainer. Or she's becoming an Enchainer.
It'll be fine. You and RK have already explained the experiment to us nearly 100 times.
Then can you repeat it back to me, Remille?
Don't worry, Sunbringer. I've memorized everything for her. I'll be watching over her.
What do you mean, shouldn't? Belly, you're supposed to say it'll definitely be fine.
The Karma Core sealed within the Void Hunter weapon. At the moment, most of our research remains entirely theoretical. As for further resonating with it, Professor Archie's experimental plan remains open. Valiora, Remille. Before the experiment officially begins, you may still back out at any time.
What are you talking about, Sunbringer? If I were to back down out of fear and throw away a chance that might let us conquer the Hollows once and for all...
Sealed within a Void Hunter weapon? A Karma Core?
You've been distracted today.
Nothing in particular.
Really? Then does that...
Ugh.
Come on, don't be so tense. I know what you're thinking. But look, because I know that in tomorrow's experiment, as you always have...
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I should have noticed sooner. Good night, Ellie.
That's in the short.
Where am I?
You're in someone else's home, sleeping in someone else's bed. Please tell me you don't drool in your sleep.
Remille? Wait, is this the Enna Gang's hideout?
Correct. It looks like you're still in good shape. That whole ordeal didn't scramble your brain after all. Tell me, what did you see? Now, don't go quiet on me, Miss Proxy. Unless, are you perhaps a little too bashful to speak up? Worried you might be mistaken for a peeping Tom? I'll go first then. I saw you, your brother, and those 2 classmates of yours. What were their names again? Truvia and...
Sir Pico.
Oh, right, Sir Pico. So that's what happened between you all. No wonder you were so shaken.
Why? Why were we able to see each other's memories?
That is not a question I can answer for you. After all, I have only experienced it twice myself.
Twice?
Mm-hmm. The previous time was when I retrieved Thaumiel from within you. I was really caught off guard, too. I had no idea what was happening. It felt like a flood of memories that weren't my own poured into my mind all at once. losing consciousness then and felt nothing at all? All right. It seems I am the one who will be mistaken for a voyeur. For the record, I didn't mean to pry. So, can you tell me now? What exactly did you see?
I saw you, Colonel Vike, and Lady Sunbringer. You were talking about something called a karma core, and after that...
Not long after that, Belly died. I killed her with my own hands.
Yep, that's in the short movie.
I'm sorry, Belle. I know I was the one who brought this up, but I'd rather not talk about it anymore. It's getting late. You should head back to Amber Hall.
You again.
Does everyone in that covenant of yours have this nasty habit of haunting people like restless ghosts?
I'm simply concerned about your mental state, Remille.
Then this is the worst possible time to appear. I can at least pretend you don't exist if you just stay away.
Sorry.
If you are truly sorry... You knew all along that Faith and I would have that strange resonance, didn't you? I'll take your silence as a yes.
Yes, I knew all along that she would have an anomalous resonance with you. The part of you that's already fused with the karma core. But I'm sorry. I did not expect the two of you to see fragments of each other's memories because of it.
Fine. Since you are so, why did you show up this time?
After your previous encounter with Eldrada, I'm sure you realize what the three Sunbringers of Rose Califer truly are.
Perhaps. I'm not drawing any conclusions here, but I have a fairly good guess. Sunbringer. She always did have a habit of taking things too far.
What's your plan then?
My plan? Well, how about a short summer vacation here in Rose Califer?
Remille, I hate to remind you again, but time is running out.
Though, to be honest, I don't think you need to be in such a hurry. I know that storm you foresaw better than you ever will. And I also know when it will arrive. And before it's finally here, let me rest a while longer. Opportunities like this don't come often, so I just want to take one more good look at the ideal city my old friend poured her life and at the final gift she left for this world.
I've never seen Remille look that sad before. What really happened between Remille, Colonel Vike, and Lady Sunbringer? Never mind. Now's not the time to get stuck on that. I should head back to Amber Hall and check the data we collected.
So they conducted the experiment. She became almost an enchainer. He was forced to kill her. Guarantee you.
You're finally back.
Huh? Wise.
How could I not be? If Remiel hadn't used your phone to let me know you were safe, I was about to
Wait. How did Remille know my phone password?
So, what exactly?
She's a stalker.
You shared each other's memories. Can our ocular implants actually do something like that?
I don't know. Nothing like this, but Remille said she saw something similar when she pulled Thaumiel out of me. I think Thaumiel and my ocular implants must have had some kind of weird...
True. But you've spent quite some time with Remiel before, and...
Yeah, that's true.
How about we go ask Lady Dracena the night after tomorrow?
The night after tomorrow?
Lady Dracena will be hosting a welcome banquet for the guests at the CCD reception hall.
Lady Dracena's hosting it herself. Does that mean the CCD...
Most likely. I heard there's another welcome banquet happening in Virium at the same time. Lady Linvern and the ESD are hosting it for guests who still haven't been cleared to land in Buastrom. When I went out this afternoon, I ran into Valina and Norma.
So there are still guests stuck in Virium. Do you think that person who looked...
No, Belle. There's no chance it was him. It's all right. I understand. But that's all in the past.
Jeez, Wise. How come you look even more upset than I... Come on. That's enough doom and gloom for one night. Time...
You're one to talk. Get some...
Before bed, maybe I should take...
Belle? Your light's still on. I told her to go to... What?
Notice. These are drafts Master used to analyze the... Additional notice. Master has been asleep for approximately 30 minutes. Suggestion. Second assistant, please...
I know, Fairy. I'll handle it from here.
Negative. Correction. Second assistant will complete it under...
All right. Fairy, give me a quick
Understood. Displaying all current findings and at finding 1. The culprit's victims share no common traits. Their identities are of limited use. Finding 2. Whenever the culprit implanted potent ether into each bamboo victim.
So for the culprit, what...
Affirmative. Based on current...
Fairy, can you pull up Airspace Patrol's recent records? Start from when singularity leakages began appearing frequently.
Understood.
Wait, Fairy. Why are you hacking into Airspace Patrol's intranet? How do we even explain this if...
Too late, Second Assistant. A complete schematic has been generated for Second Assistant.
So these circles mark where each singularity leakage appeared, right? The energy hub, the retroflux zone, the CCD. Oh, right. I remember now. Even after a singularity leakage disappears...
Affirmative. Such events exist in archived records.
Fairy, could you mark the location?
Understood.
The positions changed a lot. No wonder it took so long for Lady Dracena to deal with the CCD's singularity leakage. Fairy.
Answer. These indicate multiple singularity leakages occurring in close proximity, both in analysis. Under these conditions, multiple singularity leakages interact.
So what you're saying is, multiple singularity leakages that appear at the same time and play. Fairy, can you reorganize this data again? I want to pinpoint when and where these singularity leakages...
Understood. Generating new
This is it. That's not important. Fairy and I have figured out the culprit's This is the location of the singularity leakage the culprit created last week. 3 days after we rescued Toby. All the singularity leakages overlap with one another, and the affected area stretches from the edge of Scommel Hollow all the way to Buastrom's main urban district.
So, the culprit could use this method to move something from Scommel Hollow to Buastrom. Wait, Gertablulu?
Yeah, I think so too. The culprit's real objective is likely to move Gertablulu into Buastrom's urban district. When you encountered it, it was clearly attracted to singularity leakages.
But what happens after that? Once Gertablulu is inside Buastrom's urban and besides, if it's really inside the singularity leakages in Buastrom right now, why hasn't anyone spotted it yet?
Looks like we'll have to follow the trail of singularity leakages.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Once it's daylight, Billy, Cecilia, and I will head to the...
Hmm.
I don't think I slept very well. Whatever. I should head downstairs and find Billy and the others first.
I wouldn't say it's odd if they're gonna go with the idea Sir Pico's alive, which actually undoes a trauma that the character has. Kind of odd because the idea is Sir Pico being killed or hurt in the incident. How could he live when they think he's been dead? Because it's extremely odd. Because it is more answers, but it's also weird too, because whatever that organization is that's controlling that little iBot thing is definitely awkward. Because you look at the ideas, usually the storytelling is told. This is taking longer. That's okay. Ouch. Skip. Never mind. While you're sleeping there. Because the thing about it is, whatever the main, and that could be top, the organization that's controlling the drone, but it's definitely Otter.
Belle, there you are. Wise already told us.
Now that's our manager.
Yeah.
You found a clue on the culprit in no time at all.
All right, time to investigate the site. We'll start at the energy hub and follow the singularity leakages.
Right. Fairy and I will stay here and provide Belle. If you end up running into the culprit or Gerta Blulu, your safety comes first.
Don't worry, Wise. I'll be extra careful.
We'll protect the manager.
Yeah, don't worry, Wise. If anything goes wrong, I'll grab Belle and make a run for it.
No problem. A Starlight Knight always protects their companions until they're dying.
Jesus.
Wow. Seriously? Come on. Belle, we're here. Stay sharp, huh?
It looks like...
This place feels really familiar. Wait.
Okay, this makes sense because at the end
Felina brought me here
of the
before.
first.
Huh? Lady Dracina's office? So Gerta Blulu came all the way here just to watch. This is so strange. We expected the singularity leakage trail to lead into Buastrum. Hmm? Wait. You startled me. What are you all doing here?
Because the ending of chapter 1 is the ending to chapter 1 is there's actually a man that has appeared red hair, right? Because Sir Pico was thought to be dead if you pay attention to the story. Because the implants went erratic. And it's probably missable because most people either skip the cutscenes or don't pay attention to it. But the idea would be easily that. Sorry, energy's weird. Think if I overslept today, I'd be good. Not to me today. There was a singularity that appeared in our office. Now, I'm going through this case. I know I can remember it, because sometimes if you don't.
Actually, I see. A path formed by singularity leakages? I really hadn't considered that possibility. If your speculation is correct, then Gerta Blulu is most likely hiding among the singularity leakage. And if that's the case... Huh? Lady Dracina? Well, you see, a few nights ago, a small singularity leakage appeared near my office. Considering that, together with your deductions, the target of both the culprit and Gerta Blulu is most likely... Belle, could I ask these two to step outside for a moment? After all, their identities... Huh? It's okay, Lady Dracina. I understand, but this concerns Rose Califer's highest level secrets. The fewer people who know, the better. Especially considering who these two are. A new Eridu public security officer and, Oh, I get it. It's kinda... Yeah, it's a bit complicated, so Belle and I will need some time to talk. Right away! No problem, Lady Dracina. Something feels... Why am I being treated differently from Cecilia and Billy? Should I call Billy and Cecilia back here? What is it, Belle? Something on your mind?
See, there is something, because if the three Sunbringers are... Well, they said Lady Sunbringer is an intelligent construct. Now, that would be interesting, implying they're artificial humans, but they aren't robotic. Now, there is an idea, I probably keep saying it until it's got proven untrue. Lady Sunbringer was the most gifted person in New Eridu. She is thought to have caused the disaster, the Hollows disasters. But there's also something else. If she made a deal with the creator, which is long suspected, she couldn't hold the knowledge if she separated herself. That's why something is odd. Because that's why when we're seeing a Lady Sunbringer, we're seeing a whole Lady Sunbringer. By I mean a whole is in all of the marketing, including the new animations, the new shorts. Recent shorts haven't shown it, but it's in the trailer for this one, where Ramiel fought. Like if you go straight to it. But that's Lady Sunbringer. It shows a fight and a line. Now, realistically, I'm not saying it's odd, because the mystery itself is. But we know when we get one Lady Sunbringer, it's always going to be the one model, because she's going to be a playable character. Be very sad if she is. Because the question is if they reveal it now or they reveal it later.
It's nothing. Come here, Belle. I'll tell you what happened that night. That night, now that you mention it, yeah, I can still feel a faint trace of ether in this room. Aside from the residual ether, these Lady Dracena, do these documents have something to do with what happened? Compare them with what you have found. Once you read them, you will understand. CCD facility renovation plans, personnel transfer records, Rosetta data, daily reports. These don't really have anything in common, do they? What's going on? Huh? And the ether isn't coming from in front of me. It feels behind me. I knew it! You're not Lady Dracena! What the heck are you?
Lady Dracena walked into a portal.
Lady Dracena. I'm Truvia from...
Truvia, run!
Huh?
Oh, Mr.
Move now! Lady Dracena, are you unharmed? We received word that... Is that... Miss Truvia?
Secret? Oh, thank goodness, just in time. Hurry, help me stop the bleed.
Yes, Lady Dracena.
This is my fault. I shouldn't have left her here alone with Belle.
Belle?
Oh.
Yes, that's what happened. What I mean is, I never realized there was such a deep animosity between Belle and... But I believe Belle must have acted on impulse. In any case, our first priority is to find Belle and get... Lindvern isn't here, so... Can I count on you to handle this, Secret? Secret, is something troubling you?
My apologies, Lady Dracena.
Good. I'll leave that to you, Secret. And about tonight, keep it quiet for now. We don't want our guests who've just arrived to feel any unnecessary panic.
Yes, Lady Dracine.
Go, Secret. Go fulfill your duty. Find her, arrest her, and then bring her back to me.
Hey, Rois! Why? Why did you pull me back? Truvia, she was right there! What?
Because she's beyond saving.
Huh?
Her wounds were clearly fatal. And that thing that appeared like Sunbringer. We cannot face it on our own.
But aren't you powerful, Pyrois? You're supposed to be powerful, Pyrois! So...
Are you sure? Do you really want to see the rest of Rose Califer buried alongside your old classmate? Acting on impulse won't save her. Take some time to clear your head and then go do what only you can do.
Something only I can do, but right now...
You sure look like a mess. It's only been one day.
Remille?
The airspace patrol alarms have been going off non-stop. So I had to check to... So, how... All right. If you don't want to talk, fine. And if you don't want to go home... Oh, right. And in that case, why not come to my place? If you don't answer, then I'll take...
That's it.
Here's a towel. If you've got the strength, you can take a hot shower, too. Okay, fine.
Why? Why did you bring me here?
Hey, shouldn't you...
Thanks, Remille.
Since when did you become so obedient? If you really want to show your thanks.
My turn?
Your turn, too. Dry my wings for me, of course. Hey, what's with that look? I've already...
Okay.
You know, Belle, the rain always leaves my wings soaked and heavy. Shake as I might, the same goes for taking a shower. Though at least I can manage to keep my wings from getting too wet.
Wet wings must feel...
Yes. Honestly, it's miserable. A hairdryer is useless. Too hot and I start shedding. Too cold and I catch a chill. But I can't just wait for them to air dry. It takes forever, and I'm way too impatient for that. Besides, it leaves this strange... So, the best solution is a slow towel dry like this. But with wings this large, there are all before. If I got caught in the rain, I'd sneak onto Belly's bed and roll around.
Huh? Wait, hold up. How on earth could you just barge into someone else?
It was fine as long as I didn't get caught. Though, of course, whenever Belly did end, no matter how angry she was, in the end, she'd always do. Belle, do you know what New Eridu's records say about what became of Belly and me?
I remember something about an operation called the Day of Silence. You and Colonel Vike were involved in an accident.
Yes, died in the line of duty. Such a noble, dignified phrase. Though, in a sense, it isn't entirely wrong. After all, for us Void Hunters, our first and only duty was to suppress the Karma Core inside our weapons.
The Karma Core? Inside?
That's right. Remember the Enchainer I mentioned before? What truly sets them apart from ordinary ethereals is a special core known as a Karma Core, found doesn't form naturally. It is the Creator made the Karma Cores, a power capable of rewriting the laws within hollows, and used them as the cores to create the enchainers of the Great Hollow. Back then, after a long and bitter struggle, we finally were able to bring down RK and Sunbringer. They wanted to eliminate the threat posed by the Karma Core once and for all, while allowing humanity to harness. In the end, they found a way to seal the Karma Core within Porceloy. And from that, they...
So, the power...
Yes, which is exactly why there are so many side effects.
This is something that's been known for a while.
We were naive enough to believe that if we could truly master that... So, when RK and Sunbringer...
Lady Sunbringer and Professor...
Yes. Simply put, it was an experiment that used vast quantities of Porceloy as a medium to partially fuse us Void Hunters.
Project Sunseeker.
With the Karma Cores.
They fused you with a Karma Core?
It meant we'd become artificial enchainers. No more enduring the costs of wielding Void Hunter weapons, and perhaps even achieving a stronger form to defend New Eridu.
So, it was in that experiment?
Yes. Belly and I were the final participant. Or rather, looking back, I wonder if Belly already knew the truth behind it. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have insisted on coming along.
Remille.
RK was extremely meticulous. Always so. I can't say if the Karma Core losing control during the experiment was truly an accident, but whatever the truth, it ended. As for me, I partially fused with the Karma Core inside Damiel, becoming what I am now. A monster. Half human, half enchainer. Maybe, deep down, in the final moment, Thamiel's power of controlling temporal patterns froze me in a state of near suspended animation. I didn't fully awaken from the seal in Persena's Hollow until about a year ago.
Wow. That answers the question. So she would have died. See, the short has her, it's the other in fighting Belly. A little bit of the ceremony. Then that's the dance. And it explains why she hadn't been seen for roughly, what, 100 years? Because, no, in theory, the universe, it's not like the year 2020. They've said that it's more or less, it's closer to 2100. I don't even think it's like 2080. You know, it sounds weird, like when you think like Destiny's timeline is like 1,000 years in the future or something like that, post the apocalypse. But that would mean she is. That's. So she, I guess, got unfroze right around the time what was that? The Bang Boo Dance event at the thing? By the lore?
The power of temporal...
Right. Remember my feathers? The ones that can pin you in place? That's an example. The Karma Core sealed within Thamiel holds the power to halt the flow of time. And because I partially fused with the
transferred to Helios not long after Wise and I started there. They came from a prominent background. They were the adopted children of Masyant, the head of High Ambitions Corp. On top of that, they were excellent students. It didn't take long. We were all studying under Miss Carroll at the time. And before long, back then, we were full of big dreams. We wanted to fully understand the Hollows, maybe even conquer all 6 great Hollows. Or as our teachers like to put it, seize the sun called Helium. Later, because the 4 of us had the top grades, we became the only 4 people ever to have smart ocular implants. Then, during a performance test for the implants, I lost control. Sir Pico. When I finally woke up in the hospital, I learned that Truvia had been taken away by people from Hayam. The next time I saw her was during the fall of the old capital. She was with one of High Ambition's rescue teams. To be honest, Wise and I were both badly injured at the time, but we still wanted to go back to the ruins of Helios, and say he begged Truvia for High Ambition's help. We were willing to guide them through the Hollows, willing to do whatever they asked of us. But what happened after that? But on that day, no one made it out of Helios alive, except Wise and me. Then, in Rose Califer, we talked about the past, but the way she spoke about it, I don't know how to face her. That gaze, I don't know whether...
Perhaps the you from the past. The one who kept thinking, if only making peace with the past.
Yeah, there won't be an...
Something pretending to be Tracina? That... I see. So that means Tracina, the youngest of the Sunbringers, had... No. Judging from the timeline and the outcome, perhaps not yet. I'm not sure.
All right. Sit anywhere you like. Just, not the bed.
What bedding is such a pain to deal with.
Forgive me, but I cannot obey.
Is that secret?
I am afraid I cannot comply. I know Miss Bell is here, and I have come to take her back. Please.
Sigrid. She won't be easy to fool. Belle, hide for now. Belle?
Sigrid, leave them out of this.
Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
But... I'm sorry.
Well, since Belle has already stepped out into the open, I suppose there's little point in my remaining hidden. This would be our first...
Remille. Now that is an unexpected development. Miss Bell, Lady Dracena has ordered a search for you. But our only aim is to uncover the truth of what happened in... As for this fugitive wanted for the...
Just so we're clear, if you decide to make a move here, you'll be the only one who dies.
How can you be so sure before...
I don't mind getting my hands dirty. I am a fugitive after all. But are you really willing to die like this? As a puppet controlled by that monster without ever learning the truth?
Then speak plainly.
Very well. You really do take all the fun. The Sunbringer inside the CCD was Gerta Blulu in disguise.
What did you say?
Huh? I expected that reaction from Sigrid, but you too, Belle? I thought you...
How did you even come to that conclusion? I know it definitely wasn't Lady Dracena, but Gerta Blulu? There's no...
That is quite a story you've come up with, Remille.
something more along the lines of, "How dare you slander Lady Dracina?" Followed by you charging straight at me with your spear. I was quite prepared for that.
That's an interesting. Well, I mean, trying to figure. People, things not working. I had to check earlier because I had something. What I'm having, it's like a weird thing in the hard drive. Need to. Like, I had something the other day. It was screwing up, and it caused like, okay, technically it had a something to reset the power, and my computer did not like it. Proper packages. Ugh. Fuck. Well, if we defeated Get Your Blue Lou and then the other one.
Or could it be you've suspected all along that the Sunbringer at the CCD might not be the real one?
What makes you so certain that it was...
Intuition, perhaps? Of course, there was also my trust in Belle, and according to Belle's account, they followed the trail of singularity leakage through the energy hub, yet somehow ended up in Dracina's office. Then the false Dracina showed up, sent Billy and Cecilia away, began mutating into an ethereal, and attempted. That's when Truvia arrived. She saw through the imposter's disguise too. After that, Sigrid, Dracina ordered you to bring Belle back to the CCD and...
Yeah, Sigrid, I know it's hard to believe, but that's what I saw with my own eyes.
Yep.
I did receive orders from Lady Dracina.
Let's put it this way, Sigrid. Before you arrived, based solely on Belle's description, I assumed Lady Dracina's karma core had gone out of control and turned her into an enchainer. But from what we've seen before, if that were the case, there is no way she could have retained her human consciousness, much less continued issuing orders to you. With that possibility ruled out, and considering Belle's discovery of the singularity leakages, along with the recent appearance of multiple enchainer larvae, it is entirely possible that either Gerta Blulu or Bashmu entered the CCD through the singularity leakage, and, through the karma core, became partially fused with Dracina.
Oh, shit.
It seems you have at least a basic understanding of enchainers and karma cores. Good. That saves me a fair bit of explanation. I can't say how Sunbringer managed it, but the most likely explanation is that she divided her karma core into 3 parts and entrusted them. That would also explain why Gerta Blulu and Bashmu appeared at roughly the same time. Then again, there may be a 3rd enchainer larva out there that we... As for why I don't think it was Bashmu, well, that's the easy part. Bashmu is enormous. Had it appeared in Buastrum, it couldn't possibly have gone unnoticed. So, either it was Gerta Blulu or a 3rd enchainer larva. It attacked Lady Dracina, and it succeeded. Just not completely. If I had to compare it to something, it would be like 2 people fighting over the same controller. Dracina's consciousness and Gerta Blulu's consciousness coexist in the same body, competing for... Judging by the current situation, It seems Gerta Blulu has the...
That is still nothing more. And if Miss Bell deceived you, then none of...
It's true. I haven't...
It's all right, Belle. Remember the rules of our little Q&A game. You don't have to tell the whole truth. And besides, Sigrid, you've heard us out this much already. I'd say that means there's still room for us to talk. Wouldn't you agree?
Jesus.
What is it you want to...
Why, how to get that poor little Sunbringer out of her current predicament, of course. So, interested?
She divided her, so if she has a karma core and she fused herself with a karma core, she used her knowledge to split herself into 3 karma cores.
There's too many eyes out here. We should speak inside.
The retroflux zone. I never would have thought you would be hiding here.
Oh?
I never expected the Airspace Patrol surveillance network to have such a glaring blind spot.
Would you call it that? Before all this, I wouldn't have believed anyone would willingly live in the sewers with a whole
I was pretty shocked when I
All right, let's save the small talk. Let's discuss how we're going to deal with Gerta Blulu. Or rather... First of all, the enemy has already taken control of the CCD. That effectively gives it access to Roskalifer's communications network as well.
Check something. I really need to get a second hard drive in this one. Because the thing is, I need my games separated. Problem is, not all of them, the big ones need SSDs. It's the only way they actually work. They only are kept by SSDs. Because SSDs are the only things that properly something. There was a Windows update too the other day. A Windows update, a hard drive update. Occasional. Oh, Christ on a stick. I don't want to do that now.
In other words, we can't communicate with anyone through electronic means right now. If we do, it'll notice us.
Lady Dracena did give orders to keep a close watch on any unusual communication signals within the island.
See? The enemy is already starting to show the cloven hoof.
Go on.
Dealing with it wouldn't actually be difficult. The real problem is how to do it quietly. Even I can't be sure I could if we act rashly. Worst case, everyone in Roskalifer ends up witnessing Lady Dracena, and by then, even if we manage to save Dracena, to Roskalifer, all we've...
I never thought you cared about Roskalifer's order and stability.
Why wouldn't I?
back into unless we could. Remille, Sigrid, I've got it.
Oh? Please, go on.
Tomorrow evening, the CC. It's supposed to be hosted by Lady Dracena herself, which means she's definitely going to be there.
That does sound promising. We could go in as guests.
But, Miss Bell, with so many guests around, how do you plan?
What if a singular, or maybe a passage formed from multiple singularity leakages? If that's how it got into Buastrum, then we could use and if there just happened to be no airspace patrol soldiers patrolling the hollow at the time, then nobody would know.
I am starting to lose track of what you mean, Miss Bell. How are you going to make a singularity leakage appear in the CCD?
Yesterday, Remille and I found the culprit's crime scene at the bottom of the retroflux zone. We also figured out how those singularity leakages are. I think I can make something similar. If we keep it under control, nobody. Yeah, as long as we have stable hollow. Oh, wait, no. I don't have the HDD with me, and I can't reach Wise or Fairy either. So how am I supposed to get stable hollow observation data?
Uh-oh. That look on your
If you are concerned about obtaining stable hollow observation data, while I am not, there is a derelict area known as Rosewick within the Scommel Hollow. During patrols, we discovered equipment there that is similar to what the CCD uses to process. However, due to their excessive size...
If that equipment still works, then that might just do it. But without Databoo handling the calculations, most of the Enna Gang's Bangbu used to be CCD Databoo. If the...
Don't you remember, Belle? In their eyes. Anyway, leave this to me. That leaves one final question. How are we supposed to get into Scommel Hollow without...
Why?
Oh, nothing. I simply thought a certain...
At first light tomorrow, I will return here and I can also pretend I never saw you tonight. And if I discover that everything you have told me is false, I will personally... Before I leave, there is one final... You once attempted to assassinate Lady Eldrada. Why, then, are you going to such lengths to save Lady Dracena?
Because none of them are the Sunbringer I'm looking for. To me, they're no different from this city in the sky. They're all gifts Sunbringer left behind for the world. I simply don't want to stand by and watch the things my friend
I'm gonna be honest, that's a little weird. So they so she tried Eldrina. Why is this not voiced?
secured a carrot for the Rose Wicket.
How do you intend to get us there? Surely not a...
I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Of course not. I brought...
That pause was too suspicious. She must have actually considered taking...
So, what's...
Costumes and props. They should allow you to...
I see. Airspace patrol uniforms.
Right. If we're disguised as airspace patrol soldiers...
In any case...
I do hope they don't like say if.
Hey, look! What's that?
Wait a second. There are two Mr. Roars?
Is something the matter?
It's, not. Secret, are you serious? You expect that...
Yes.
No. No. There's no serving here. The Deputy Director of the Airspace Patrol traveling with Mr. Roar. Two Mr. Roars, no less. Is there anything in Rose...
Easy, Remille, easy. I'm sure Sigrid has her reasons for this.
As luck would have it, one of our squad members found a Mr. Roar mascot suit near Beckford Street during yesterday's routine patrol, so I brought it with me.
Beckford Street? Remille, is this the one you...
Oh? So you are fond of Mr. Roar too, Rip?
I am not. How did you even arrive at that
Okay,
you seem...
Stay in... Very well.
I never thought I'd be putting this outfit on a second time.
The thing too.
Like you were having fun last time.
You two, do not forget to add "rawr" to the end of your sentences.
Good morning, lady.
Mr. Roar,
I know.
obviously...
Huh. Since when did that become part of his backstory? Never heard of...
Did you really think Rose Califer's massive pancake demand could be... Mr. Roars, please...
I'm the Mr. Roar who works on Mondays. I'm the Mr.
That signature catchphrase. Lady Sigrid, why have you brought...
For pancakes?
Huh.
Oh no,
I can't believe I actually went along with this absurd...
I get it now. The pancake ingredients were lost in the hollow, weren't they? That's why you rushed two Mr. Roars in to help search for them. I understand completely. Rose Califer needs pancakes just as much as airspace.
What is this guy even talking about?
Not normal.
Affirmative. That is correct.
No. That is definitely not what...
Oh, I understand everything now.
I don't want to think about how any of this...
Same here.
The route is ready.
But problem is, damn if it turns out.
scheduled patrols in Rosewick today.
See? I told you. This costume is way too tight and stuffy. It's not very polite to stare, Miss Deputy Director.
No, nothing. I merely thought you seemed... You're quite different from the Remille described in the records of the first-generation Void Hunters.
Let me guess. In those records, we all come across as rather stern and proper, don't we? Well, I suppose that can't be helped. We were Void Hunters, after all. We had to look the part. Especially the sort of Void Hunter people expected to see. The head of the Hoshimi family gets lost at the drop of a hat. Sunbringer is a bit socially awkward. And Joyous spends every other day nursing a hangover. You wouldn't expect any of that to make it into the official records, would you?
Indeed.
But that was who they really were. Nothing like the people
What about you, Remille?
The real me? Isn't she standing?
Knew it.
Oh my. Then we really... But let's save the gossip for later,
Yes.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Let us pass through this tunnel first. Rosewood should be just ahead.
See, she's gonna be interesting. Like, she's cryo. I say cryo. I'm gonna start actually getting the two games confused. Now, the interesting part is, I don't get to show the kit, because you get to see the kit.
Rosewick.
Huh?
Yes. That enormous building in the distance is called Meridian Hall. It was once a research facility personally overseen by the main. But as for how this place ended up in the Hollow, that I don't know. Of course, the Research Institute back then didn't look like that. Many of the as for the spatial structure, we'll have to rely on the back.
So, thing about her is she gonna have that. Like, I don't even think you get to see her. They kind of show the preview of it, her a little bit. Because she's gonna have like a similar. Like, I wouldn't mind her as much. I just don't see a use for her.
Did you ride along the tracks like this last time as well? Oh.
Sorry, Secret. Yeah, no.
What is that glowing over there?
Well, now, I never expected it would still be right where I left it.
Basic forest, boss tip, spear, ass.
Looks like the nearby ethereals spotted us. They are starting to gather.
Call me anytime you need my help.
Stand ready. There's no need. This is barely even a warm-up.
Fire
We charge together.
Ah, secret. I do not like her.
Dealt with, for now. Let us go see what that glowing object... This object... bears a strong resemblance to certain devices within the sea...
Yes, both are Sunbringer's creations. I'm surprised. It's the key to Meridian Hall. The back door that Sunbringer left.
This is a key, you say? But where is the door?
For that, I'm afraid you'll have to ask Sunbringer herself. Up we go. Aside from Meridian Hall, most of the buildings here were residences and other facilities, in other words. But Meridian Hall is different. The prototype used to verify Sunbringer, she designed a dedicated emergency restoration system for the entirety of Meridian Hall. Once activated... Back then, Sunbringer gave each of us Void Hunters a copy of the key. Just in case the... you know me. I thought it was quite troublesome, so, well... I simply hid both pieces of the key she gave me somewhere nearby. I mean, people hide spare keys under doormats or in flower pots. At least it worked out, right? As for the other part of the key... if memory serves, I hid it somewhere... it was over... You sure are sharp. But careful there, Detective Bell.
You two. Let us check the high ground near...
Okay, but...
So the building is a transformer. What a shitty time to have a Windows update occur.
So only about that much of it was restored.
This way. It seems there is a path leading higher up.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Just a traversal mechanic.
All my strength. In one strike. My spirit then.
looks okay. So, then again, the reason I like Norma's is use a skill, fight, and forget, to be honest.
Looks like we'll have to go around.
So they drop the skill, then forget. That's actually the good part about it. It's the fight and forget. You can actually just drop the skill, kind of thing. So a lot of it, if something is more dedicated, see, she's gonna have not. I mean,
An ambush.
she fights very clunky.
You will not get away.
Like she has like a guard. It's like the other.
Take them down.
Definitely.
Let's hack the ground and open the path. Good. We're almost there.
That voice.
I truly do miss who I used to be.
The ethereals in this area are gathering again.
Sin, is it just me? Or do the ethereals seem interested in the Meridian Hull key too? Strike down!
Perhaps that's just because it sparkles?
Watch out for a surprise attack.
Looks pretty intimidating. I'm here. Cherish the time you still have to feel regret. Go and take the key. You've been left here all this time. Poor thing. I know. A moment like this does call for celebration.
Remille, that voice.
Yes, that's Belly. All right, we have... Goodbye, my old friends.
honest, like, get to a new area, explore the hell out of it, and ask questions later.
It worked. The Meridian Hall has been fully restored.
Well, that went rather smoothly. Let's hope everything inside.
The space here is still shifting. The entire building should have returned to its original state by now. Should it not?
Yeah, perhaps there's a delay. The device is over 100 years old after all. A little instability is to be expected, I suppose. It seems the environmental changes won't affect our exploration much.
Let us keep moving forward.
Why are there ethereals here as well? If you aren't paying rent, I'm afraid I must ask you to move out.
The space was hidden. No wonder so many ethereals gathered here.
Time to shine, my darling.
Move out. An ambush.
Engage!
I don't like her controls.
Is this the last one? I was expecting something a little tougher. Watch me take that. Wait.
Scorching sun!
My spear stands ready.
Time to shine, my darling.
Tactical deployment. My spear stands ready.
See, this is definitely explaining more, because explaining...
There it is, the device we're after. Let's go, Belle. What comes next, only you can do.
So this is the prototype they used?
The equipment was not damaged in that fight, was it?
It looks fine. It's a prototype, I think. Alright. We did it!
Seeing these screens light up again after all this time feels strange.
Nope, it's running smoothly. Next, I'll connect to Prophet Boo. He'll act just to be safe. We'll only pull the minimum data from the CCD and process I only had time to install the essentials on Prophet Boo.
Oh, that's Griff. Need anything from us, Belle?
Not for now, thanks.
Understood. We will...
Link bandwidth is starting designated path prediction calculations.
As expected of a hollow specialist, watching her, it truly occurred to me that Rosetta Data was born here.
Yes, exactly?
Link bandwidth stable. Verification unit synchronization complete. Professor, can you hear me? Everyone, I believe... I must now inform you of a major situation.
What?
The theoretical verification...
Oh, is that how one delivers good news? You nearly gave me a heart attack!
That thing with all ears in the back is basically my Obby's ancestor. You never tell, because it's more obscene than actually her.
I believe this is due to Miss... How many more people do you intend to torment with your family's strange tradition?
So loud. That's quite the commotion. I take it the experiment was a success?
Yes, very...
Even a little nap earns me that much grief. I was merely showing full confidence in my colleagues' professional competence.
See, he was...
Besides, today's success is only the first step toward taking back the world.
See, he's alive in a hollow, to our knowledge, so he could easily come bring himself back out. Sounds weird, but at least, unless they change it.
Alright. At a time like this, why not be honest and express a little, even if the Rosetta...
Then, let's throw a party, like the one made...
Don't tell me you're planning to drink until the next morning again.
The professor will throw him out, just like last time.
Hey, you people.
Back then, we thought taking back the world was... As long as our companions were by our side, we could even go anywhere.
Big guy? That's the one. We know he's still alive. Because he was the one standing over Sarah.
In the end, none of us...
Finally.
Miss Bell?
It went perfectly. Now we just need to use this data to...
No, I'm all right. I simply, wanted a little more time to look around.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm perfectly fine, really. If we stay much longer, we'll miss tonight.
I kind of had a theory, if it comes true, about the three Sunbringers are going to be damaged or killed. Something's going to happen to them. Then by the time that we're going to get back the original Sunbringer.
Yeah, this should do it. Here you go, Secret.
Yes, Miss Bell. I simply need...
Yeah. Once the imposter...
Meanwhile, I'll use Thaumiel's power to immobilize both it and everyone at the venue. Then, before it has time to react, I'll drag it through the leakage and into the hollow. Finally, we subdue it and rescue Dracena.
Very well. Understood. I will do everything in my power to help you enter the venue unnoticed. However, if, in the end, our conclusions are proven wrong, and this was all...
Then the banquet will become the place where you arrest both the fugitive who attempted to assassinate Albreda and the fugitive who attempted to assassinate Dracena. I imagine Belle would have no objections to that.
No, I promise.
Then, may none of... There is a balcony outside the banquet hall. The door to that balcony will be locked today, so you two can... When the music...
Got it.
Technically, these are a little longer.
in. There is surveillance cameras above the hall. Belle, you... All right, then.
Let's use the camera to check on Secret. This is a pretty good... I'm in. Uh-oh, a soldier's coming this way. What's going on?
Can you two hear me fine? All devices are in position.
I see them. But what was that?
You mean the soldier who came to speak? He asked me what was inside, and I said, this was specially prepared for Lady Dracena. He then said, oh, I see. A heart-to-heart over dessert. On the floor, no doubt.
Can't believe I've grown used to the strange things that happen around her.
The welcome banquet is about to begin, so I must take my leave.
Honored guests who have traveled all this way.
Oh, it's starting. Come on. We should make up.
All right, I'll...
Why go through all that?
Oh, wait!
Now let us follow the music and dance with our partners. May we all have a wonderful evening.
Everyone down there is dancing. Once the music ends, Gerta Blulu will show up. Okay, I'm ready.
Hey, what's on your mind?
Remille, stay down. What if someone sees you from down there?
Why would they? On such a beautiful night with lovely music, surely everyone's eyes are on their dance partner. And you? You were so calm a moment ago. Why so nervous now, Miss Honor Student?
No matter how we frame it, what we're about to do could be considered an assassination.
To the unsuspecting crowd below, we must look like a pair of unforgivable criminals. Relax. I've witnessed spectacles far grander than this. Oh, right. The music won't end for a while yet. So, to settle those nerves, shall we share a dance of our own?
Huh? Dancing? Right now? Right here? Isn't this kind of a bad time?
You're already my partner in crime. It's a little late to worry about propriety.
Just so we're clear, I've never really danced before. If I step on your foot, don't blame me.
You know, Val, I've actually been keeping something from you. And you're definitely gonna be mad once you know the truth. But what can you do when your partner turns out to be a liar?
Lady Dracena is here.
Everyone stay right where you are. After you, Lady Dracena.
sure this is over. What just happened?
That's Gerta Blulu's cocoon. Since we ruined its plans, it's trying to absorb nearby ether to make up for the energy deficit and force its fusion with the Karma Core. I can't be certain how much longer.
Is there any way to stop it?
Do you see those new ether growths nearby? Gerta Blulu created. In other words, if we cut off those growths, we can stop the cocoon from growing any.
Are there any main arteries?
Sharp as ever. Good. Now that player 2 has joined the game.
You know what's interesting? I will say Ye Shiguang probably is a definite waifu material as far as partners go so far. Remille Dan is that weird one that, even though I disliked Ink Elf, as I said, more or less
Move carefully.
she's very
Something doesn't feel right.
bugged.
Belle, the cocoon's doing something.
Oh shit. Bad.
The cocoon is sending out blasts at intervals.
When they explode, get to the nearest cover immediately.
That's it. That's the first artery.
Then again, you gotta bear in mind.
I need to find a way
God
into the
damn
next
it.
area.
Terrible.
This may get a little rough. Be careful.
It's not good.
Its activity level is still going up.
Don't panic. Whatever happens, stay clear of the blast.
Got it. Remille, how's it going on your end?
I've seen plenty worse than this. No need to worry about me. The target growth is just ahead. I'll leave it to you, Bob. This route looks safer. Go this way.
Remille, how's the cocoon looking?
Seems to be even more active than before. What a nuisance.
The blasts are getting stronger.
Belle, take the tracks to the next target.
She lacks the punctuality.
I'll think of something.
Using the rail car as cover. I'm impressed. We're getting closer to the second target growth.
I am a little more
Growth should stop completely. I'll clear a path for you. Go!
dick.
This way. We're nearly there.
God damn
The
it.
closer I get to the cocoon, the worse its reaction gets.
That only proves we've got it cornered. Move in during the gaps between explosions.
I didn't know this.
Belle, ready to punch right through it?
Absolutely.
Match my rhythm. Now! Don't let your guard down. It's not over. so talkative. Then let those be your final words in this world.
Damn it. I hate tutorial characters. I despise them with a passion. I want to use my own.
It devoured half of itself just to keep fighting. Is this how a beast born from the hollow thinks?
How tragic. Let's put it out of its misery.
The line shall be drawn.
Maybe not.
Don't get scorched.
I could be wrong. It could not be a tutorial. I have to look. I don't play like it.
Wield the blade with me.
Total annihilation!
Let the stage be even more dazzling.
This is a tutorial. Maybe it's my actual Velena. What is a tutorial in the other, but I'm not sure. That's weird they give you Velena.
A single moment can become eternity.
Hang in there. Follow my lead. Getting away. You gotta catch it.
Belle, you should take a breather. Now then, it's finally time to get serious.
Coming at you, Remy.
Huh.
Remy, capture it alive and save Dracena from inside the core.
It's been a long time since I fought in the skies, but this is my domain. Show me what else you have. Good of Lulu!
Looks like it's charging up. Watch out for ranged attacks.
Oh, you wish to test your firepower against mine? Vanishing on me, are you? Hoping to catch me with fire? Always attacking from behind. Can't you face me head on? Unfortunately for you, I don't lead. Bringing down the pillars to block my path.
Finish it off.
It just devoured her Tablulu and left. Remy, are you okay?
I'm fine. Forget chasing that big one. Saving Dracaena is what matters now. We still need to see this little act through to the end, don't we?
Suspect's location confirmed. All units, combat readiness level 1. S-rank wanted criminal Remille Dan. You would do well not to resist in vain. Lindfern? Why is she here? Isn't she supposed to be in Virium? I don't know what's going on, but I have to explain this to her.
You there, unfamiliar face. I do not know your identity. But if you have nothing to do with this, do not act rashly. Our first priority is to ensure Lady Dracaena's safety and arrest the criminal who attempted to take her life. If you understand your position, remain silent and do not interfere with our official duties.
Secret? Is she telling me to stay out of this? Why would she do that? Why am I being kept in the dark? Remille, hand over Dracaena beside you. Do not try anything foolish.
You mean this little one? I was beginning to tire of her anyway. Take her back. She's still breathing. Whether she survives is up to you.
Remille, why does it feel like you knew this was coming? What are you trying to pull?
I thought this little one's disappearance would throw you all into chaos. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. How dull. Time to bring this game to a close.
The former Void Hunter Remille Dan. I never imagined a legendary figure like her could still be alive. But why? Why would she be the one to attempt to assassinate Lady Sunbringer?
If Lady Lindvern had not rushed back from Virium in time, who knows what would have.
Lady Lindvern went out of her way to bring us here, so that we might witness the legendary Void Hunter's arrest alongside the soldiers. Quite a sight. However, as a TOPS member, I am far more concerned with the truth behind another assault.
Mr. Owen, I know what you mean, but I believe the answer lies with the very same person. Answer me, Remille. Was it you who abducted Dracaena at the welcome banquet and left her gravely injured?
Naturally.
Were you also the one who infiltrated the computing center and attempted to murder Truvia, High Ambitions Corp's lead researcher?
Yes, that was me.
What? You? Why?
Huh? No, wait, that's not what happened. The one who hurt Truvia was... right. No one would believe Lady Dracaena was nearly devoured and assimilated by Gertablulu unless they saw it themselves. Remille, don't tell me this was all for... I did not expect you to admit it so readily. You understand what your actions mean, do you not?
Of all times, now is when I've reached my limit. What a pain. It's not over yet.
Remille, do not attempt to resist.
No, I won't resist. I'll simply vanish right before your eyes in an instant.
Sorry, but I'm done being a spectator. This performance of yours, you wouldn't mind one more joining, would you?
You want to share the stage with someone like me?
Let's finish this act together.
What are you trying to do?
Rescuing my partner in crime. Everyone, until we meet again.
Lady Lindford, send someone after them quickly!
That's a lot more answers. Hmm. There's a thing on this one.
No. Look away.
It's okay now, Remille.
Please don't. Don't look at me.
Okay, I promise. I won't look.
Thank you.
So, why didn't you tell me sooner about your plan with Secret and even Lindvern?
Because you and I are different. You still have somewhere to return to, but I do not. The era I knew, the people I loved, those memories, they're all long gone. So, I can't drag you into this.
You really are impossibly headstrong, Remille. You're the one who called me your partner in crime. You're the one who held me together on that rainy night. And now you're leaving me behind? Did you forget you're over 100 years old already? How long are you gonna keep acting like a cranky kid? I get it. Sometimes, someone's gotta step up and do the hard thing. What happened to Dracena and to Truvia? Someone has to answer for all of it. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder all of it alone. Didn't you call me your partner in crime? Then act like it. Doing bad things together, running away together, getting ourselves wanted together. That's what partners do. What kind of partner takes all the heat alone? What kind of friend does that?
You really are getting more silver-tongued by the day, Belle.
I'm not trying to sweet-talk you. Can't you tell I'm really mad right now?
I can hear it, Belle. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that, my dear partner in crime.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I think I'll return to my refuge and rest for a while. The signs of the Enchainer transformation seem stable for now. There shouldn't be any major issues. As for what comes next, I'll leave that to Lindvern in secret. I'm a little tired.
Then I'm going with you.
There's no need for that. I can walk on my own now. I know what you're thinking. I can't let Remille out of my sight again, or who knows what outrageous thing she'll do on her own, right? I promise, this time I won't go anywhere. Really. I only want to rest by myself for a while. Once I've recovered a little more, I'll come see you again. I promise.
That's actually a longer chapter than it appears.
Oh, Belle, over here! Have some bacon.
Ketchup or mayo, manager? I've got motor oil on the table too, if that's more your thing. Would you like an egg, Belle?
Is it just me? Or are you...
How can you say that? It's only been a day, and you're already...
Manager, breakfast is a sacred tradition at Amber Hall, and everyone's got to have their fill.
Seriously, that was way too close.
Yeah.
You're worried about Truvia, aren't you? I think she's still in intensive care. Come in. Please excuse the...
Hey, everyone. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. Oh, please. Linvern is fine. I can never get used to being lady this and lady that. Do I really? Whoa, now that's a breakfast spread I'll have to try myself sometime. But first, let's get down to business.
Forgive the early visit, but we bring good news. Miss Truvia has been stabilized. She is still unconscious, but no longer in critical condition.
Really? And allow me to formally thank you on behalf of Rose Califer. It's because of your efforts that we get to have peaceful mornings like this one. I can't take all the credit. I only did what I had to do, and I owe all of you too. My bad for not thinking about what would happen after everything.
Belle, I owe you an apology. Remille and I kept our plan from you, but it was not because we doubted you. Rather...
I know. You were just worried about me and didn't want anything bad to happen, but there's something I need to ask. Now that Remille's cooperating with you, what's going to happen to her? Actually, we'll be taking her to Virium soon. Oh, relax. Not as a criminal, but as a friend who needs our protection.
That's a shift.
As for her ongoing enchainer transformation, we can treat it with Porceloy. In return, she'll help us stabilize Dracina's condition with her unique ability.
How is Lady Dracina doing now?
Why does this all sound so serious? Her condition isn't great, but Flint Workshop is keeping things under control, for now. Oh, right. Remille knew we were coming, so she asked me to pass along a message. She's already waiting for you at the usual spot. Really? Then I'll go see... hey, Belle? Aren't you going to see Remille? Why are you going upstairs? Cecilia, curiosity isn't always a virtue, you know. Remille... Is she okay now?
Beside her. So when Bashmu suddenly appeared, I paid it little mind. But the truth was, Sunbringer. The truth is, I really did come to Rose Califer in search of Sunbringer. Not the three who stand here today, but the one I once knew. And then I saw Aldrada. Do you know that strange feeling? How someone can look so much like her yet not be her. Somehow, after reclaiming Thaumiel, the remnant inside it resonated with the Karma Core fragment in me, and suddenly I was able to sense the Karma Cores within the Sunbringers, which is very strange. Sunbringer didn't fuse with the Karma Core and become an enchainer. Rather, the Karma Core was divided into 3 parts and stored within the 3 Sunbringers, which is just...
You mean the 3 Lady Sunbringers we've met are actually living Void Hunter weapons? No. There's no way that's true.
Well, it's only a working theory. There are still plenty of gaps in it, but it does already answer a lot of questions.
If they're explaining Void Hunter weapons, it would honestly make sense. But see, Eldrada is the one that's closer to Lady Sunbringer. But if she is...
The most important question I have is, where is the Sunbringer I knew? I don't believe she would die so easily. Yet somehow, she just vanished from everyone's memories one day, and then she became the three Sunbringers we know. So until I find my answer, I suspect I'll be staying in Rose Califer for quite some time. Still, some proper rest is greatly appreciated, at least for the next few days.
There should still be some breakfast downstairs.
How many times have I told you before? You really, really need to stop sneaking up on people like a ghost. You and that emotionless girl. Do you really have to show up every time someone's having a pleasant moment? I agreed to join this little covenant of yours, but I did not agree to being stalked all day and harassed whenever you feel like it.
Remille, do you truly believe the Sunbringers are Void Hunter weapons?
Of course not.
Then why tell her something you know isn't true?
What's the matter? I merely told a small lie. Why? Are you getting nervous?
Don't answer my question with another question, Remille.
Oh, all right, fine. It's simple. Because sooner or later, she's going to uncover the truth behind the Sunbringers, whether I tell her or not. But now is not the time to reveal the answer yet. For her sake, for the three Sunbringers, and for Rose Califer.
So, you don't think the three of them know who they truly are, either?
Perhaps. I can't say for certain, but you know the truth, and so do I. There's only ever been one question of real importance to us. The Sunbringer I once knew. And the Sunbringer, where is she?
How pitiful. What did they call that monster again? Right, there's a blue loo. To think it wounded you. It also got a lot smarter ever since it made contact with the Karma Core. Came embarrassingly close to actually pulling it off. How impressive. But do not worry. Our old classmate still handled everything. Come to think of it, I always did enjoy doing the unexpected. But you are again and again and again. Why not? Simply admit that you are worthless. Just kidding. You would never accept this outcome, would you? That's enough for an infirmary visit. I have something I must do. And I look forward to your performance in the next act.
Now that is interesting. Because that does answer something. If they are karma cores, Void Hunter weapons are made with karma cores. She was an intelligent construct, by the way. Now, so Lady Sunbringer was thought to be a dragon Byron, as I said earlier. She is far. So, was thought to. Now, she still might be something different. Because I'm still going to go with the theory that she got the knowledge from the creator, is what happened. She got the actual knowledge from the creator. And that is a lot. Now, that's a huge. Because it's not that they fully explain what enchainers are. Now, it's weird they give. Because last season, they ran with the creator theory. This one's different. So, Truvia's the next major, I guess. Mm. Because if Seprico's still alive, he's been dead all these years working for an organization. The emotionless girl, he's the one behind working with Ramiel, which is interesting. And if Truvia, so if it's Truvia and Seprico, is actually behind it. Because if the clue is the emotionless girl, that's Truvia. Unless it's another character. Now, it is interesting that, see, I mean, if Drachnia has had her core taken, look, I don't know how we're supposed to stop that damn thing anyways, but without an army, I don't think there's any way to do it. Because, actually, if I think back, there was something in the epilogue of season 2. I have to go back and watch that. Because the epilogue in the end of season 2 was Pops agreeing and voting to take over Rose Califer. But you need 2 students to take their part and play their part. I wonder if that's Truvia and Seprico. That they're the agents of Tops that were sent to work on Tops' behalf. Because technically, if Tops is using Bashmu, because you actually have Gitablulu is already going to be destroyed. Bashmu is going to be the bigger boss. Because actually, technically, they've been running bosses twice. Which, lately for the last year, it was like, what? What was her name? Isolda. It was Isolda. Not once, but twice. She was the creator. So, Gitablulu is going to be that one. Now, the question is, that means Lady Sunbringer is alive. Now, the idea, I have a weird idea. She split, she disappeared, Crazy idea. She disappeared because she was scorned by the world. If you actually go back and you played enough, she was scorned by the world, betrayed by New Eridu, in attempted murder. That's why they thought she was dead. Because I don't think no one's ever thought she's really dead. Because the other first generation Void Hunter is still alive too. The robot. As I said, we know he's around. But the problem is, what if Lady Sunbringer went into isolation and then created 3 as weapons? Now that's a crazy thought. Because if she got gifted knowledge by the creator, because the leading theory is she either caused the hollow disaster, trying to create unlimited energy, because Professor Arkney. See, Professor Arkney's mentioned a lot too, because Professor Arkney was working at the head of Helios Academy. Now, that would mean he's at least 100 years old as well. Now, the Sunbringer, they're going to pretty much say that she's going to be in stable condition, but she doesn't have her core. Now, if the plan is to get all 3 cores, that's because Lady Eldraina looks closest like Lady Sunbringer. The rest don't. So if they have to get all 3 cores to cause whatever they're looking for, that means Lady Sunbringer is going to return. Now, likelihood, Remille Dan's probably going to help out on that. But Truvia is going to help. I hate to say it if it works out that way, that Truvia is going to be... I mean, they did it with Sarah. They'll probably do it with Truvia, actually. If they did it with Sarah, they'll do it with Truvia. They did it with Isolde, too. Saying she wasn't evil, but... Because if Karma cores... Because the actual lore drop is she's only been awake for a year. She had herself frozen. Now, she's not beyond becoming an enchainer either. Now, I don't think Lady Sunbringer fused herself with a hollow either. If she is around, she is somewhere. She's in isolation. But I still say in the 3 core theory, because I had the idea that she's 3 parts. Because that also doesn't say. Because it's going to answer if Void Hunter weapons are all Karma cores. Stolen from the creator. That would explain why the Quidming sword takes the memories. That also would explain why. See, that actually throws something in. Because they say it's far older, but it makes sense. Basically. Because in the lore, currently, Miyabi's sword is a family generation sword. Quidming's sword they've hinted is far older. Which, if it's 100 years old, but it's also been hinted at unless they review the lore and change it itself, it's going to be utterly different too. Because if it's 3 Sunbringers that make one, because if the real Sunbringer is still alive, she converted, she left sections as a countermeasure plan. Because Tops did betray her, more than likely. It was Tops. Now, the problem is Bashmu is coming from the Hollow. And I'm going to be honest. That's the weird part. She may have lost her core unless something is going to happen. And if Bashmu is meant to become the Enchainer as well, Bashmu is going to have to start getting the cores. Now, what does Tops and the other organizations get out of making an Enchainer? That's a good question. Because if they are not clones or copies, because a lot of the speculation, I don't turn out to be wrong, there are 3 parts of a whole, I believe. But then again, as soon as we get Lady Sunbringer's model, which we will, at some point you're going to see the Lady Sunbringer model released. It's going to leak out like the worst in the seeping ship. It's going to be the most leakiest seal you'll ever find. Because there was no reason they drop Remille Dan now, and then about 2 or 3 drop her. Because if it was Truvia and Seprico, who are the students that we're going to take over, that does eliminate Wise. And that does eliminate it because it's in the cutscene at the end of season 2. But that does explain a lot. But the 3 cores making one theory, maybe it's just 3 parts to a whole. But the thing about the prophecy, the short about the prophecy, is a Lady Sunbringer walking around in a void. That's not just dropped for no reason. MiHoYo never drops anything like that for no reason. And Lady Sunbringer predates version 1.0. Remille Dan predates 1.0. But my theory still stands when they finally explain it. Because they're explaining karma cores. Now, Tops is after Void Hunter weapons. But we also know 2 of the AIs. Now, granted, let's see. So the next patch, the next version, if it is Roxy and Claret, that's going to be the next one, basically. The guy and the other one aren't playable characters. That means 6.2 is probably Claret and Roxy. This is just my prediction. I suspect it might be. Then there's another one. Phoenix. So what that's 1, 2. Phoenix and Severus, or Severin, which is Seth's brother, is going to make it up there. Because Severin's model is, he's supposed to come out. That's probably 3. Lady Sunbringer is probably going to be 4. That's just my theory. Because the only person who doesn't make sense right now, lore-wise, is there's no sighting of Phoenix. Phoenix, unless she's part of another organization, she's there. Because it's Belena, Norma, Remille Dan, Claret, Roxy, Phoenix, Severus or Severin, and Lady Sunbringer. That's 8. It's 8 total. They're not going to miss. I'd be surprised if they miss making Lady Sunbringer. But the question is what they're going to do. It makes more sense to make a single model versus a 3. Because I suspected she's going to return somehow, some way, and save Rose Caleb. That's probably going to be towards, I would say, the epilogue, which is probably going to be 4 or 5. And I would be shocked if they don't stick her to a 41 day, as they did Remille Dan. Because Remille Dan is the main one people are going to go for. Sigrid, I don't think people are going to go for. Because story-wise, they're setting it up that she's walking around the void. Because the Bang Boos see it. And that's in the trailer. It's on the thing. It's called The Prophecy. So, you watch it. You get what I'm meaning. Because all of the parts released play to the parts of the story. Now, the thing about this is, the question is, how do we get to Sunbringer? You're probably going to have Sunbringer to defeat Bashmu. Unless they knock off Bashmu in the next one. But let's assume there are 3 larvae. Because we know if there are 3, there has to be at least 3 larvae. Bashmu's big. But if Bashmu gets finished off, there has to be a 3rd larva. Because they don't keep saying lines like that and not have it not be true. And it doesn't make sense going from to Intruvia is the emotionless girl. Could be wrong. It doesn't make sense for her not to be. See, the twist is going to be interesting in this story. Because I don't think Sunbringer is dead. Because it never made sense for Sunbringer to be dead. Sunbringer's alive. Just as the other one that's drunk all the time is alive. He's inside one of the hollows. Actually, we know the guy with the sword's alive. So at least 3 of the first generations are alive. Now it's interesting, though, if we get any more lore on the first generation hunters. Because we know, like, 2 of them are dead. What's weird about Miyabi's ancestor, she has bigger ears than she does. But it's also hinted at she's, like, see, if you think of Miyabi's height, that was the ancestor. Like, Miyabi is taller. The thing is, let's assume the ancestor's a midget. I say that. She's probably 5 feet tall. Shorter, 5 something, give or take. But that's why when you see her next to Remille Dan, she's... In every depiction in the art, that's the Hoshishimi family ancestor. Because the speculation's probably going to run wild, but at least if I'm correct, the 3 parts make the whole. Because Miyabi is the current inheritor of the sword. But it's also said that the Kunming sword predates. Now, if they change it, I don't think it's a core that was created. And I have a high doubt that her sword, the family sword, is not a... So we now know also 4 of the weapons. But there's actually that. So you have Miyabi's sword, Kunming's sword. You have Thumiel, which is the one that was partly fused with Remille Dan. That's 4. That's 3. No, it's 3. So I think there's 4 we've seen. But they're also supposed to be represent the 7 deadly sins. That was at least... See, Remille's breaks the tradition. No, that's 3. Yeah, because we only have 3 Void Hunters now. 3. Sunbringer will be 4. She has a lamp. Now, the question is, how far are they going to get there? Now, if this heats up in 2, that means 3 is going to kick off pretty... Let's assume 6.2. Wrong version. 3.2, they're going to run with Truvia waking up. Because remember, at the beginning it's the teaser. Always, because of the part with Drachnia being taken. She was taken in the beginning of the epilogue for the last So Truvia is going to play a part as well. So yeah, 2 is going to have to move the plot than 3. So that I strongly suspect the climax is going to be 4. So if we deal with Bashmu twice, that puts it at 3. We get rid of Bashmu. Then, by 4, there's probably going to be another big bad. But it's going to have to be somebody who's in Chainer level. Going to have to be somebody powerful. If it's not Bashmu, get your Blulu, it's going to be someone that equivalent. But if they're trying to devour... But then again, if they have another one of the Sunbringers taken, that means someone's collecting cores. Now, reality, sure. Then does that bring Sunbringer out of retirement to save Rose Califer? Probably. But the version right when you know Sunbringer's coming out, that's going to be the end. Then again, as I said, you have Claret, Roxy. Roxy could be a 4-star, I believe. But you also got Phoenix. Severus. He's going to be there too. He's going to be the other member that's Cecia's captain. Now, I mean, that part. But that does lead to standalone Sunbringer to be released. Because if you think what they're setting up, Sir Pico is thought to be dead. Now, that's going to be a surprise if Sir Pico just shows up. So, and then Truvia stabilizes and wakes up. That's going to be for... So her part's in the next one. Now, somehow, though, they're going to have to get from here to a climax. That makes sense. Because if Tops is after Rose Califer, they're going to need a big threat to do it. Because if they were just worried about it, they would worry and just use Bashmu. Bashmu's scary. Like, that thing's too big to stop by normal means. So, as I said, you're looking at 1, 2. That puts it at 3. 4 would put it another threat. So, but the problem is, it's what they do with the Sunbringers in the next. Because the 3 Sunbringers are a trap. But the real Sunbringer, the biggest question is, where is the real Sunbringer? The real Sunbringer is in a void. That's in the answer and it's in the open. It sounds like it's Babe, but she's in a void, and I guarantee you she's in a hollow. And it would not shock me if we get the story that we either have to find her or she comes out of a hollow. Because Joy, yes, it's Joy. I think his name is Joy. Joy is hiding in a hollow. Joy is the one that all of the ones look to. He is still alive in a hollow he mapped, to our knowledge. He is rumored to still be there, but he's very off the grid. But it's not like they're going to release a Void Hunter and not make them playable. So I don't think we'd get. Well, I mean, we're not going to get the other. If we get Sunbringer this year, which we might and we probably will, because Sunbringer's on the playable characters. So, story is going to get bigger. Like, it's just that point of if you have to actually get the 3 Sunbringer cores to do their plan, they have to do it. They have to come after the 3. And it's not like it's the army of the creator we're working with. They have to work with it. But I think if all else fails, that's when they find Sunbringer, and Sunbringer saves the day. Because I have a high doubt, because something has to happen, they have to get the 2nd core. So, but I have a high look. Worst case scenario, they get 1 core per thing. Somehow. Then you have a finale. But the 3 being void weapons, while they may not be void weapons, but they are something linked to Sunbringer. While they might not exactly be Sunbringer, they are parts of Sunbringer. But they all have karma cores. That's very key. Sure, that's misleading, but the real truth is either they are all 3 combined Sunbringer, or Sunbringer is trapped in the void. And why would she be trapped in a void? It's because she paid a price for getting knowledge from the creator. That is something to remember, because it's not out there, it's not bait. Now, traditionally, we know the narrative is done. Technically, they will tell the narrative when 6.2 drops, when you start seeing the drip. Then again, the second half of the banner is Sigrid. I don't think Sigrid's good. But Sigrid's going to be right behind Remille Dan, so get fucked. Long story short, none of those things ever get pulled. And then Claret is going to probably top after Remille Dan. So. And the question of whether or not, and somehow, I'm going to make a prediction. Remille Dan's going to come back to full strength. Somehow. Which is going to be weird. They're going to do something. Because I can guarantee Bashmu is not going to be easy. You're going to need more powerful enemies. You're going to need her at full power. It's not that Bashmu's totally powerful either. Bashmu has power, but he's not powerful. Now, it would have been a more interesting theory if they're all mini living karma cores. Now, that would have been fucked up. But the speculation's going to be interesting. Because the real question now is not exactly what the three Sunbringers are. It's what their purpose and where is the real Sunbringer. The real Sunbringer is somewhere. But what's the purpose of them? The three Sunbringers serve a purpose. Now, realistically, time will tell. We got like a month before. We got a month before we have to 6.2. Not 6.2, but 3.2. 3.2. And to be honest, I'll probably just be spending and trying to get it. By the way, as I say, we know at least 3 of the Void Hunters are alive. Of the first generation. That will be Remille Dan, Joy, the robot with the one, and Lady Sunbringer. Now, those are the 3 alive. Sunbringer and Professor Arkney, I bet, are still alive. But actually doing the Mad Lad plan and dropping 2 Sunbringers, 2... Trust me, if they decide to drop 2... Actually, my prediction was they are going to drop 2 Void Hunters. So that means Lady Sunfire is going to be the second. But the narrative of how we get there is going to be interesting. Because, let me be clear, you're going to have Void Hunters. Because nobody's going to stop a lot of stuff. Because the thing about now is we're going to have to wait and actually see close to how they're going to pull it off. Because no parties involved know where the thing is. Now, the issue now is going to be how they get there. Now, if they're going to do some miraculous twist between the 3 Sunbringers are just parts of the whole, or they are keys to releasing Sunbringer, that's kind of the thing. Someone becomes it. One of it is we're going to get an Enchainer. That's a question. Now, the problem is I need to actually get... See, I gotta start getting resources because I need this W engine. I need that one. I do. That one's her key. This one, that's the one you're gonna use. I guess it's repeated. And see, let me see something out of curiosity. Oh, I haven't done it. Who's Time Weaver? I mean, Riot Suppressor. Wonder who that one's for. I mean, you can have the other one, I care. And then the other one. Nope. That's a long damn journey. There's a sound when you know you're gonna get it.
So, Kaku, reporting in. A pleasure to meet you.
There's a particular sound and you'll know you'll get it. That'll be it for today. I'll probably get back. I need to finish. I don't know. Genshin's earlier, but at least I got her geared up, so. You know. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. I believe Yeah, but this is required for her as well. But till then, probably try to stream tonight. But yeah, story's good. I think I'll isolate this part out. I'll get yelled that I have long streams by stupid people. But I need to remember the timestamp stuff. So, but yeah, story definitely picked up. So, I mean, you know, I need to start this. As I tell you that thing's cringe. But anyways, I shall be back tonight because I should be back to streaming. I'm not gonna have any kind of other stuff going on. You know. Huh, 13 in one day. It's not too bad. But yeah, I should be back to Genshin, and then this will just be back to dailies. All I got this is here. And weekly will be done. But yeah. I don't know. Story is going to be interesting because if it's the siblings, that's gonna be fun.
Just tell me the target.
Because that does explain a lot now. Yep, you got her now to be able to invite. See, technically the only two I haven't got maxed out now is Trigger and her.
I am the Eye of Obel.
Which I need to work on her skills though. But that's another day. I do play this more often than it appears, so that means I actually have to figure out. But story-wise, 2 is good, but that's going to be a lot of processing in parts. Because there's a lot of cut scenes that they make sense, but it's also Remille Dan telling the truth. But it's also if plot coming together more. Plot comes together more in a view. But it also is Ramiel is actually a good character, but she's a conflicted character as well. Like I don't see like I kind of see her working with Tops, but I also don't see her working with Tops. By that I mean in Three Pronged Pact it was hinted that she was possibly working with Tops. So the question truly is, but that's going to beg the question as well. If she's working with Tops, she's doing it begrudgingly. But I would be surprised if I have to go back. I mean, I have to go back and watch Three Pronged Pact and a couple of the others. Because Three Pronged Pact was the one that told us we had Remille Dan was coming. So, but then again, if she is working with Tops, she's probably going to betray them for the sake of Sunbringer. Now, I mean, ultimately, what happens after that, we don't know. But a lot of it's making sense because maybe she let the core get captured because she knows a lot more than she's letting on. Because the three Sunbringer cores make sense. They are something. They are karma cores. If they're not void hunter weapons, they're definitely something important. So yeah, that's gonna be the twist, and we'll see what the events give. But story wise, yeah, it's good. The question is keeping track of it. Yeah, it answers some questions, but it doesn't. It fills in blanks. The problem is when they're going to execute it. And as I said, parts of the story I think will be true. But I don't think Sunbringer's dead, because the core question asked is where is Sunbringer? Why leave three Sunbringers in charge of the city? She's not gone, she's somewhere. That's why the prophecy makes no sense. Made no sense to me why they release it without proof. Because I can guarantee you, if it's MiHoYo, they drop an animation, they drop a short, that's meaningful. That's just like Three Pronged Pact. So, but a lot of people are going to be probably have their theory videos out. It's going to be interesting to see what wins out. But it's also lining up to what we thought. If Sunbringer's alive, why do you leave three clones running around? So, and it's not like I feel like, because they're set up to be sacrificial pawns. They're not set up to be main characters. Drachnia's not set up to be a main character. Lindria's not set up to be a main character either. And I don't think Eldrina's gonna be a main character. I could eat my words in a couple of times that she has to reform herself through one of them, but I'm not sure. That would be the twist. Because Eldrina's the closest to her. But I don't think so. But she's also the most powerful and the one you've actually seen in combat. So that begs a big question. Till then, I will see people tonight. I'll be back doing Genshin. I'm on the pre-chapter. I will get it chaptered out to the part once I wake up and remember. Till then, see you. See people. Thanks for watching. I usually stream at 6. Sorry for the long ones. I try to kill the stories in one day.